tonight and present that to you. The project has been more than 2 years in the making. We kicked off with public meetings in October of 2017, and I want to be sure to acknowledge we have Brian O'Leary from the Douglas Avenue Coalition in the audience with us tonight. Brian and a dedicated group of residents from the Lower Beaver Neighborhood Association were concerned about Douglas Avenue, and they were able to bring in some of the other surrounding neighborhood associations to partner, and we've started this. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our consultant team to present the details of the project. We have Laura Kessel from RDG Planning and Design, Corey Scott from RDG sitting in the audience, and then we also have Joe Spradling from HDR.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you all for your time this evening. We want to give you a high-level overview of the document that was submitted to you all, I believe, last week. So tonight, we're excited to share this effort that the community really has invested a lot of time in, and the City of Des Moines has invested time in. We'll talk a little bit about the background of the project, public input overview, the traffic study and the recommendations from a traffic perspective, and then talk about some of the private redevelopment opportunities and strategies and the vision for that, and then finally turning it back over to Laura Peters for implementation. From a background perspective, let's see. The study area that we focused on starts on the west side at Merle Hay Road, follows Douglas Avenue, both the public realm, the right-of-way, as well as the private properties that touch that. We investigated kind of what's working, what are opportunities for potential in the future. And so that continues to the east, includes, as you go further to the east, the area around Lower Beaver and the VA hospital area, and then following down as Douglas curves and turns into Euclid Avenue and ending on the east side at the Des Moines River. So for orientation purposes, that's where you'll find the Polk County building. This is River Plaza, which includes a variety of different uses, and the Harding Hills Hy-Vee area and other stores in this area here. So the purpose of this document, there's a variety of reasons why the Douglas Avenue Coalition and the city decided to undertake this study, but really the document is meant to be a blueprint, both for, again, the public realm, as well as a vision for strategies for the private realm, to stimulate investment, to improve the safety of this corridor, and to really make this a nice commercial corridor for the residential neighborhoods that are on the north and the south of this area. It's really meant to build upon the efforts that the city has undertaken. So that was one of the first things we reviewed, understanding the MOVE DSM recommendations, Plan DSM, the neighborhood plans for this area as well, so that we were helping to implement those overall goals from those plans as well. The other part of why this was important, I just wanted to show from a kind of a visual perspective, in the public realm, Douglas Avenue, both from kind of a pedestrian and driver's perspective, is something, for the most part, you just want to get through, is kind of the easiest way to put it. As a driver, the lanes are very wide. It does encourage speeding today. There are a lot of driveways, so with the speeding traffic and all the driveways, it's a little bit difficult to turn into businesses that you might want to go to. From a pedestrian's perspective, you're nearly right on the road. There also are gaps in the sidewalks. There are utility poles in the middle of sidewalks. So there's a lot of challenges today on the corridor. From the private realm perspective, there's a lot of great things that are happening along this corridor, and there are some challenges. There are a number of businesses where there's been high vacancy and turnover rates. There is kind of a lack of landscaping on a number of the commercial properties, smaller lots that can make it a little bit challenging to redevelop where appropriate. As we move further east, it continues to be a mix of residential and commercial properties, with some larger properties like the Harding Hills Hy-Vee area. But the era, this corridor really developed for the most part kind of in the 1950s, and there hasn't been a high level of investment in the public realm. And as we talk to stakeholders in the area, that's starting to kind of feel the effect of that in the private realm as well. As we go all the way to the east along the Des Moines River, one interesting note about this corridor in the area along the Des Moines River is during the course of the study, in February of 2019, FEMA issued new mapping for the floodplains along the river. And the result of that was that the Polk County building, which is kind of shown up here, and then the River Plaza building here, and some other buildings, what they were previously in the 500-year floodplain now are in the 100-year floodplain. So another factor for us to understand as part of this, as we undertook the study. From the public input perspective, we wanted to be sure, this was a plan that was initiated by the community. We wanted to be sure that the community was involved throughout the process. There was a steering committee that was included people from the neighborhoods, including Brian O'Leary. In the Douglas Avenue Coalition, there were elected officials such as Bill Gray and Angela Connolly with Polk County. There were property owners and business owners in the corridor as well. And they met throughout the life of the project, helping to guide decisions. There was also a technical committee looking at the more functional aspects that included city staff, Polk County, DART, the DOT, as well as the MPO as it related to traffic. And then we also had focus groups. So Laura Peters went and knocked on and handed out flyers to every business along the corridor, inviting them to share their opinions about the future of the corridor. We also met with neighbors and developers as well. And Laura also mentioned the kickoff open house. There also was an online questionnaire completed by 280 people. And we did stakeholder meetings and interviews with individual property owners as well as the Veterans Affairs Hospital administrative staff, the principal of Moore Elementary School. She shared some interesting stories about her teachers trying to take a class as a treat over to Dairy Queen and cross Douglas Avenue and walk along Douglas Avenue, and how terrified they were to do that and how they said they would never do it again. So we learned a lot through all of these efforts. We did have an interactive design studio where people were welcome to come, and then a concluding interactive open house that had, we estimate, about 100 people that were able to share their thoughts on the final recommendations that are in the plan. In general, the main themes that we heard from the public was that we really needed to strengthen connections, connecting people to people and people to places in a safe and comfortable way. We needed to recreate an identity along this district, to celebrate the business diversity that is there today and help out those businesses. There are a lot of small businesses along the corridor. We want them to succeed. We also wanted to build partnerships across this area. We know that's going to be important to the implementation. Again, improve safety and create a welcoming atmosphere. Today, there's a lack of that welcoming feeling along the corridor. And so this is just one example of what you can find in the appendix that shows the final open house where we had the recommendations on boards and we gave people dots. And on one side, the right-hand side of the screen, you can see there was a little note that said love it, and on the other side it said no thanks, and people could place the dot where they felt they stood on that spectrum from no thanks to love it. And generally, pretty positive reactions to the recommendations in the plan. So now I'll hand it over to Joe.
Great, thanks, Laura. So again, Joe Spradlin with HDR Engineering, traffic engineer. So we looked at traffic study throughout the entire study area. Let's see here. And really the impetus for our traffic study was really from Move DSM, which is a transportation master plan for the city. That really identified this corridor, and let me zoom in here. This corridor along Douglas between Merle Hay and Lower Beaver is one of the most dangerous street segments in the city. And because of that, the recommendation that came out of Move DSM was to further study the potential conversion of the street from a 4-lane to a 3-lane, with the idea that that would improve safety along the corridor. The other thing that we looked at specifically with our study was really looking at safety improvements, not only in this stretch of roadway, but also throughout the entire roadway corridor from Merle Hay to MLK Parkway. And then also we looked at long-term intersection improvements, some of the key key intersections that were having some of the safety issues that we're seeing. And our traffic study was in lockstep with the Iowa DOT. This roadway corridor, the public right-of-way, is within the state's right-of-way, and the roadway is under their jurisdiction. So we brought them in as the technical committee to bring them along and coordinate with them throughout the process. So really diving into our study, looking at the 4-lane to 3-lane conversion. Again, this is looking at it from Merle Hay to Lower Beaver Road. What's out there today, you can see the cross-section on the right side of the screen. It's a 4-lane undivided roadway, about 44 feet wide. We have about 60 feet of right-of-way. In the optional proposed condition, we're taking that roadway down to a 3-lane cross-section, so 1 through lane in each direction, plus a 2-way left turn lane in the middle. And so with that shrunk travel lanes, we can reassign some of that space to the green parkway area, as well as some of the pedestrian accommodations. So really what that does, the benefits of that are improving safety of all users. So it slows traffic down, which not only improves safety for the vehicles, but also bicyclists and pedestrians. The other thing that we can see is with that improved or wider parkway width, it gives us an opportunity to do more landscaping or streetscaping along the corridor. And then finally, with that 2-way left turn lane in the middle and looking at some of the access or driveway consolidation or sharing, we can really improve access to those properties. And Laura mentioned there were a lot of access points along this corridor. The next segment that we looked at was just a little bit farther east in the study area. So this was from Lower Beaver Road to MLK Parkway. We're not looking at reducing the number of travel lanes in this corridor, but what's out there today is a 5-lane roadway, and it has very wide lanes. So it's about 13 to 14 foot wide lanes, and really that is unnecessary. So we really looked at narrowing up those lanes to 11 or 12 foot wide lanes, as you can see on the cross section here, and really reassigning some of that roadway space or street space, again, back to those parkway buffers and the sidewalks. So again, the benefit of that is really slowing or calming traffic down through this segment. We have very heavy volumes of traffic through here. Again, not changing the turn lanes or the through lanes, but just really kind of tightening up that roadway and getting traffic to slow down. The other thing was adding wider sidewalks. Today you have about 4-foot sidewalks on either side of the road. We're looking at a minimum of 8-foot sidewalks in the future. So that's really providing that additional pedestrian accommodation for bicyclists and pedestrians. And then really, again, looking at trying to improve the landscape or the aesthetic along the corridor. So some of the key study conclusions that came out of the traffic study, with the heavy volumes along Douglas Avenue corridor, we recommend that 4-lane to 3-lane conversion actually be done as a low-cost pilot project. That can be done through some low-cost signing and striping and some education on the conversion itself. And that can be put in place for at least a year to really test and evaluate the success of that street conversion. As you can see on the chart on the bottom, all options that we looked at really do improve safety of all users of the right-of-way. And the other thing too is you can kind of see on the leftmost column with the stars, those alternatives really do provide similar level of operation or congestion between what's out there today and any of the improvement options that we looked at. Also, we're concerned, we want to solve kind of a traffic or safety issue along Douglas Avenue corridor, but we certainly don't want to create issues on adjacent parallel roadways. So that bullet there is talking about monitoring the impacts during that pilot project. So there are performance measures or data that we can collect throughout the process of the pilot project to really evaluate what some of those impacts may be on adjacent streets. And then again, we looked at lower and higher cost improvement options. So really focused on some of those key intersections that had some safety issues and looking at more long-term improvements that could be implemented to mitigate some of those safety issues. So that's really the traffic study in a nutshell. I'm going to stick around for questions at the end of the presentation, but hand it back to Laura now.
So as Joe shared, the opportunities that are possible by narrowing up the cross-section of the roadway also provide some opportunities to enhance the visual identity of Douglas Avenue. Today, again, Douglas Avenue is not the most aesthetically pleasing corridor to walk or drive down. And we, again, heard from the private sector that this is causing some disincentive to invest in their private properties as well, so that there is a relationship to the public realm and the private realm and that visual identity. So in the document, you'll find a variety of different strategies that are intended to address the public realm and the aesthetics of that and bring some identity back to the corridor through things like street trees, additional landscaping, both in the public realm and potential incentives to do that in the private realm as well, gateway monumentation, city standard street lights with branded banners, and some of these elements we recommend that they start to play on some of that identity and lost identity in a fresh way, so that 50s era, kind of auto era. The image in the bottom left there is from a restaurant that used to be along the corridor, a drive-in restaurant that had a fun identity to it. So these just show a few more images of kind of the proposed future recommendations of Douglas Avenue. So now I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about the private property areas. So part of the scope of the plan was to also envision some potential future scenarios for some of the private property areas. These are not telling a private property owner what they can and must do with their property, but just to envision some alternative scenarios. The identification of sites came from a variety of different sources, including Plan DSM and then the node strategy of Plan DSM, as well as feedback from the community, thoughts about the market, as well as the actual conditions of the sites themselves. And so we focused in on four primary areas to study from a land use perspective. That's the area just east of Merle Hay, the Beaver Avenue future potential Hy-Vee site, the 38th Street node, and the MLK and Euclid and Douglas intersection. And for the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight one. We have the rest of them at the end of the presentation if you want to look at any closer, but I'll just give you a sample of one of the areas that we studied. And so I'm going to zero in on the area on the south side of Euclid at the intersection with MLK. So this is the area that has the River Plaza building, which you see in the upper left on the southeast side, right along the river, and then the Harding Hills Hy-Vee area. So some of the things that we looked at as we thought about a future vision for this area included the ideas of what's working and what's not working from a mobility standpoint. How can we improve circulation to support the businesses and future development in this area? How can we also look at potential infill development that could work with what's happening in Hy-Vee and the Harding Hills area to add additional commercial development, potentially some residential, multifamily, and townhome development as well. And then on the River Plaza site to the east along the river, given that there is a floodplain change, we looked at a variety of scenarios, including the River Plaza building staying, and then the opportunity to redevelop it in a more flood-resilient way. And also thought about how these potential land use scenarios could impact the community. So how can we connect people to the trails and to the river, to the future water trails stop that is designated for this area? How can we use flexible recreation to bring the community together and to catalyze redevelopment as well? And so this is just one illustration of one of those future scenarios along the river on the south side of Douglas Avenue that envisions that potential stop along the water trails and the overall trail system. And on this particular site, we also explored the potential for that to either be phased or for the River Plaza building, should that private property owner want to stay there while there still could be a smaller node that's kind of a recreational node that serves the larger community. So with that, I'll hand it over back to Laura.
So, moving forward, where do we start? We certainly are going to rely on many partnerships to get this going. Again, we've mentioned the Douglas Avenue Coalition sort of having an integral role where maybe they can help kind of market and promote what is happening there in the corridor. We'll have to have continued conversations with the Iowa Department of Transportation, working with them for the pilot project. They have initially, reviewed the plans being part of our technical committee, and they've agreed that that is something that we can move forward with. Working with the development community, of course, in our focus groups, we understand that there might be a little bit this. They might be able to start on the west end themselves, but if we're certainly looking to do some work on the east end, that we're going to need some incentives to encourage that development work. So we have a lot to do ahead of us. We're looking at probably 10 years or more for some of these long-range goals. This isn't something that we're expecting to happen in the next year or two, so we do want to be realistic about that. But with that, I know it's 6 o'clock. I don't know if we have time for questions or if you want to save those, but...
We have a few. Anyone have any questions? Doesn't appear there are any.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right. I'll call the city.
Madam Chair, before I just need to ask, is the applicant for Christian Printers here tonight? Anybody? Okay. I will need to talk about that when it'll have to come off of consent. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Okay.
I thought I'd have more time between.
Okay. Not sure I understand consent. It's not really consent. Consent item.
Yeah, Christian Printers, item 4,
So it's going to be continued.
discuss.
Okay. All right, so we're going to call the February 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order. These are the rules and procedures. The Planning and Zoning Commission is an advisory body to the City Council. The City Council will hold a public hearing and make a final decision on all matters before the Commission other than site plans and subdivision plats, unless denials or conditional approvals thereof are approved or appealed. Please contact the city clerk or the community development staff for details on council hearings. Applicants are given 10 minutes to present their request, and then proponents and then opponents from the public are then allowed to speak in that order, with each speaker being allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. The applicant is then allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal. The hearing will then be closed and the commission will discuss and vote on the issue. All comments are to be germane to the item under consideration, and speakers are to maintain a courteous manner. Items listed on the consent portion of the agenda will not be individually discussed and will be considered for approval in accordance with the recommendation in the staff report, unless an individual present or a member of the commission requests that that item be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately under the public hearing agenda. The City of Des Moines is pleased to provide accommodations to individuals with disabilities and encourages participation in city government. Assisted listening devices are available for meetings in this boardroom. To better serve you when possible, please notify the city at least 3 business days in advance at 283-4209 should special accommodations be required. Plan and Zoning Commission meetings are broadcast on Media Cable Channel 7.1 or 7.2 for customers with that service. Okay, at this time, it looks like we have a quorum. Is there a motion to approve the, oh wait, I need to ask a question. I gotta, excuse me. So I noticed. Yeah, the minutes are correct. Okay, so, sorry about that. So is there action on the minutes from our January 16th meeting?
I'll move approval.
Thank you. All those in favor of approving the January 16 minutes, please signify by raising your hand.
We didn't hear what you said.
I asked if the minutes from the January 16th meeting were, if the commission wants to approve those. I'll try to move this closer. How's that? Better? Okay. Are there any abstentions? Not that any nays? All right, thank you. Now, the agenda, first we'll talk about the consent items. Item number 1 is the information that we just heard, a city-initiated request to amend Plan Des Moines to incorporate the Douglas Avenue Corridor Plan as presented. Is there anyone in the audience, I guess we just heard this, but is there anyone in the audience that wishes us to pull this from consent? You do? I'm sorry? To the... Okay, so you'd like us to pull this so you could speak to your objection? Oh, wait, we'll do that. All right, what about number 2? This is a city-initiated request for an amendment to the boundary of the Sherman Hill Local Historic District. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes us to pull this item from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, is there anyone on the commission that wishes to hear that item? All right, seeing none, then that will remain. Item number 3 is a request from Newberry Living for property located at 3801, 3721, 3707, and 3705 Grand Avenue, and 3810 Ingersoll Avenue. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes, and this is to rezone property from R4, multifamily residential district, and MPC to a PUD district, and approval of the PUD conceptual plan 3801 Grand Avenue to allow development of a 4-story, 57-unit independent senior living building in addition to an existing 4-story, 35-unit independent senior living building and an existing 3-story, 56-unit assisted living apartment building and an existing 2-story, 5,720 square foot office building. So is there anyone in the audience that wishes us to pull this item from the consent agenda and hear this item tonight? All right, seeing none, is there anyone on the commission who wishes us to pull that from consent? Item number 4 is a request from Christian Printers to rezone property located at 1415 21st Street. And you are saying that we need to pull this item?
No, it can stay on the consent, visited with the applicant, but I wanted to let the commission know and make this a part of the record. Staff has amended our recommendation with the allowed uses. In further review of the report, we recognize that there are some deficiencies in the language we used initially. And so we wanted to be clear and are offering this. Applicant has a copy of it and has agreed to it.
Okay. So, and the applicant is not present, correct?
No, they were outside.
Okay.
I was able to find them.
So this is agreeable to you? Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience, though, that wishes to hear this item tonight? Seeing none, is there anyone on the commission? All right, that item will remain on consent. So our consent agenda tonight, there's nothing else, right, that can go to consent? There isn't anything else. Okay. So our consent items tonight are item number 2, item number 3, item number 4. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you. All those in favor of our consent agenda items, please signify by raising your hand. Are there any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. So now we'll move into our public hearing items, and we'll begin with, thank you very much, anyone who was here for a consent agenda. Now we'll move into our public hearing items, and we'll begin with the Douglas Avenue corridor plan. Now, we just heard the presentation. Did you want to add something, Jason?
No, Chair, members of the commission, Jason Van Essen, City Planning staff. I was just going to kind of mention the same thing you did, Chair, that we had an excellent presentation here, so I think everybody has a good handle as to the effort that went into the plan, why we're doing the plan, and the value of the plan and the information in it. So, as staff, we are recommending approval. And with that, unless you have questions for staff that have come up, I would just go ahead and turn it over to anybody in the audience.
Okay, thank you, Jason. All right, so at this time, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of the corridor plan? In favor? That's okay, I know it's confusing. So, please, step forward.
Yeah, give your name and address.
Brian O'Leary, I live at 2846 Merced Drive. And that's just a mile north of Douglas Avenue. I've lived there for 10 years. Also grew up in Des Moines, and I visited Douglas Avenue frequently as a child when I kind of saw how great that side of Des Moines was. And this plan has been near and dear to my heart for many years, and I know that there are probably some people here who are not interested in seeing this plan be approved. We did speak with some people who felt that way when we had our public input meetings, but we had a very overwhelmingly positive response in support of this plan for all the reasons that were just laid out this morning. So I just want to reiterate that we've had a lot of conversations, and by and large, everyone is interested in seeing this plan go forward, and I thank you for considering it tonight. Thank you.
And I just want to, so the neighborhoods that had input were Prospect Park, Beaverdale, and the Merle Hay Neighborhood Associations, those three?
And Prospect Park, Merle Hay,
Beaverdale.
Beaverdale, and Lower Beaver, there's 4.
Okay. And you said that there were unanimous support from them?
Yes, from all 4 of those neighborhoods, yes. Anything else?
Any questions for Brian? Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else want to speak in favor of the plan? All right, seeing none, if you have any concerns and would like to express those, now is the time.
Close that door. Hey, Tom. Close the door. Yeah.
Ready? Okay.
Name and address, please.
My name's Elaine Miller. I've been a realtor for 44 years. I've lived in Beaverdale 43. I'm going to read my concerns. I have concerns and they have not done their due diligence. I have not found one business owner, commercial property owner, or commercial realtor that they have had an in-depth discussion with regarding how this would impact their business, future business, or property value. This is a big concern for a couple of my clients. I'd like them to furnish the names of each contact that they've discussed this with at length. Number 2, by impeding the traffic flow, the computers from Johnston and Urbandale that use Lower Beaver, they use this as a means to get downtown to work. And residents driving either east or west, it would put added commute time to their day and possibly drive business away from some of these businesses, not to mention the already frustrating problem with Samuelson School. You can see what happened to Highland Park by doing this, and I know this because my aunt and uncle owned the bakery, which now you guys are trying to revitalize up there. They have a Hy-Vee going in on their site plans at Beaver and Douglas that not even Mare County can say is for sure. There was great opposition to it when it was approved 9 years ago, and possibly more today with the increase in crime in Beaverdale. This was approved in spite of Bob Mickle advising them that Hy-Vee was not a fit for Beaverdale when it was proposed. Lastly, they have possible roundabout. Again, they have no idea the demographics of Beaverdale, i.e. senior living, impact on surrounding businesses, which seniors use up there. We've got 50 little businesses up there. Can they produce a DOT traffic study done within the last 4 years? Prior to that, according to the DOT, they hadn't done a traffic study up there since 1995. when, in spite of approving the Hy-Vee up there. So the last thing that they've not done, they have not told the businesses, and I've sold numerous businesses and houses along Douglas, that they would be eventually incorporated into a SMID. So they've not been upfront about everything and the ultimate goals. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to the plan?
Hi, I'm Dan Jesperson. I live at 3614 36th Street, which is south of Douglas, west of the VA hospital. My concern is the traffic flow that they are going to bring from 4 lanes down to basically 2 lanes with the turning lane. One of the studies I would like to see brought forth are the 300 cars that go in and out of the VA hospital daily that will also have an impact from a 4-lane road down to a 2-lane road. There are also at least 100 individual property owner driveways from Lower Beaver to Merle Hay Road that those people back out or drive out onto Douglas, and now it becomes a 2-lane road versus a 4-lane road, which has my traffic concern. And then I also live on the dead-end street, and there are 30 residents that we have to get out onto Douglas every day. During rush hour, it's almost impossible on a 4-lane road. I can't imagine what it would be like on a 1-lane road or 2-lane road, if you want to call it that, with a turning lane on there. My concern is the traffic flow pattern and the way that they have looked at it. I don't see it feasible. Des Moines Euclid Avenue goes from Hubble Avenue way out to Clive. That's 15 miles of a 4-lane road is Highway 6, and now we're going to bring it down to a 2-lane road. It is a thoroughfare through Des Moines. I understand that we want to do it safely. I've lived in my present location for 40 years, and I have seen very few accidents on Douglas Euclid Avenue all the way up to Merle Hay. I understand it's a safety issue. I'm all for safety in every issue, every way we look at it. I think we can do it in different ways, making sidewalks all along there, making traffic adhere to the traffic. I understand people speed everywhere, not just on Douglas. So that is my concern. I think there needs to be conversation with the VA hospital. I'm a veteran, and I fully believe in their being there, but I don't understand where those 300 cars are going to go in and out of. One of them, which is off Clinton and 36th Street, onto a 2-lane road. That bothers me quite a bit. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to the plan?
Good evening. So I'm Doug Sulzer. So I grew up 3404 Linla Vista. I was born there. So that puts me at 60 years in the Beaverdale neighborhood. My second home was at 2929 Garden Ridge. For the past 20 years, I've owned Sulzer Auto Repair at 3025 Douglas Avenue. So 9 to 5, actually 7:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday, 20 years, every day of my life except for a few vacations. So I know a little bit about Douglas. My office is like from here to just past that door from Douglas Avenue. That's where my office is, all right? You're gonna take your 4 lanes. You're gonna go up to 34th Street, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna funnel all those folks that are trying to go towards Merle Hay, and you're gonna try and bottleneck them down, okay? You just need to think about that for a little bit. Have you ever been there at 7:30 in the morning? Have you ever been there at 4:15 at night to like say, let's say 5:10 at night? It's cool. There's no civics left in traffic flow. Do you think the folks are going to slow down and let my customers out of my business? They don't. You literally have to force your way out onto Douglas in the evening when you're trying to leave my establishment. So to close, what I have to say is this. In front of Dan's house, in front of Dan's street this morning, 36th Street, guess what? The city of Des Moines was doing some construction. It was really kind of cool. It was almost like, what's going on here? As I came down from Merle Hay towards my shop at 7:34 in the morning, because guess what? The city of Des Moines had directed the traffic flow at 36th Street, sure, a couple blocks west of 34th Street, I get it, down to 2 lanes each direction. Now I know the turning lane's not in the middle at this time, I get that. But when I got to my entryway to 3025 Douglas, the traffic was promptly backed up a half a block past the Get and Go. And I just sat and waited patiently and just said, well, this is cool. This is like an eye-opener. So that's what you should think about, is how you're gonna bottleneck the 4 lanes there on the eastern part of the corridor and make it go down to 2 and make it all work. Other than that, I love the plan. All this stuff on the whole rest of it's wonderful. It's beautiful. I've even asked Bill Gray, is there anything I can do to make my place look better? What can I do? Do you want me to put up landscape? My place looks good to begin with. But, you know, no, it does. I try to be the best in the neighborhood. I always do.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition or have concerns? All right, seeing none, and at this time, I believe we can have a rebuttal.
Again, Laura Peters, neighborhood planner for the city. I'm going to let Joe Spradling talk a little bit more about the traffic study that we did. We have, gosh, was it like 50 pages of, probably even more. We had kicked off the project initially with Move DSM and had that same consultant do an initial study for us. We realized that we needed more information on the traffic study, and so HDR kind of did one level of study, and then again, I said that the Department of Transportation was on our technical committee. So then we came back and did yet a third study seeking more information at the time. We had also had our city engineering staff plugged in. We've had 4 engineers from our engineering department. So I will let Joe kind of speak more to the details about that. But before that, I just wanted to address Elaine's concerns that we didn't do our due diligence. As Laura had mentioned, I walked the corridor. I remember I had 90 flyers that I handed out to all of the businesses. I remember stopping into Selzer Auto. I want to credit the Douglas Avenue Coalition for really doing a great job of getting the word out. We had an email list, and so in addition to that, we had focus group meetings. I remember meeting with Bill Wright, a representative from NAP. We met with a commercial agent that was listing the action accents. So we really did try to get the word out as best as we could on that. So with that, I'll let Joe speak more about the...
Do you mind logging in again? Yeah, please. Oh. Okay, again, Joe Spradling with HDR Engineering, traffic engineer. We did the traffic study for this corridor. I think maybe one of the first questions was investigation of a potential roundabout along the corridor. I do have a graphic that I'd like to pull up with that, just so you can kind of see what we're looking at. The roundabout that we actually studied is looking at more of a longer term improvement potential for the corridor. It's at Beaver and Douglas, and we do see crash rate at that intersection that is above the statewide average. So anytime we see that with our crash review and our crash study, it starts getting us thinking about potential long-term alternatives to mitigate some of those safety issues. So one thing we did look at was that roundabout. And again, you want to scroll all the way down. So this is something that we're not recommending as part of the plan currently. It's a longer term vision. So what we are recommending is to monitor the safety and operations at that intersection of Beaver and Douglas. And if things continue to progress and get worse, this is one potential option to help mitigate some of the traffic or the crash issue that we're seeing there. So on the left side of your screen, this is a potential roundabout. It is a 2-lane roundabout on the roundabout lanes. We just looked at this from an operational perspective to see if this would even work with future traffic that's projected to be on this area. So it was more of a kind of a testing of the operations of it. It does operate in that configuration. And again, this is a very long-term idea that could be considered if safety continues to deteriorate at this intersection. So just wanted to show you that that intersection improvement option. The other one that we did study, again, as part of our traffic study, was on the right side of the screen. That is Lower Beaver and Douglas. So it's looking at removing a lot of the skew on that intersection. That is causing some geometric problems with turning movements and some safety issues. So again, this is a longer term potential solution as you continue to monitor how things are operating out there and some of the safety issues that occur out there. So you can see that as kind of a realignment of the roadway. Obviously, there are huge private property impacts with that. There's a lot of costs associated with that. But again, we wanted to look at that from a traffic perspective to make sure that that could even operate and be feasible in the future. So certainly not anything that we're calling for to be built anytime soon. It's just a consideration for the future. One other thing.
I ask a question?
Sure, absolutely.
With the Douglas corridor, is that with a 4-lane or is that with a 3-lane configuration?
Oh, I'm sorry.
With the roundabout?
Yeah, so with the roundabout, it would actually be in the 3-lane configuration, approaching and departing from the roundabout. So it would kind of transition back down to the 3-lane section. And then when you come into the intersection, it would actually widen out to 2 lanes. And then you would there are 2 lanes on the roundabout itself. And again, you would exit, transition back down to that 3-lane cross section. Yep. The other thing I wanted to point out too, the 4-lane to 3-lane conversion that was recommended for further study as part of Move DSM, that's what we studied in more detail with our study. The ultimate recommendation that we're making is to study that through a pilot project. So again, it's that low-cost project that you can implement through some signing, striping, and really test it out. We have a set of performance measures. We're looking at, we want to see crash reduction. We want to see that volumes are still be able to accommodate traffic through the corridor. We want to make sure that travel times are not adversely impacted. So we would like to do this as a pilot project and have a year's worth of data collection that we can do to kind of take that data, compare it to our performance measures, and then evaluate it at that time to see if it is successful, or as some of the concerns are, I mean, those might be realized. And the other performance measure too is we don't want to adversely impact the neighborhood streets adjacent to that. There are other schools along the corridor. I would remind the commission too that Moore Elementary is on Douglas and 50th. So there are schools on the Douglas Avenue corridor. And so we are trying to look at slowing down traffic. And as a traffic engineer, slowing people down is one of the best ways to improve safety for everyone, including people that are driving, as well as walking along the corridor and biking along the corridor, and even transit users. So really with that 4-lane to 3-lane conversion, recommend that pilot project that's semi-permanent and really testing that out. The other thing I'd like to point out, I'll go here, is this is the section, this is a little bit more detail, but this is the section between Lower Beaver and MLK Parkway. We're keeping the 5-lane configuration that's out there today, so we're not reducing any travel lanes as part of this plan. The other thing that we're looking at, if you can see those pictures along the lower part of the slide, the picture in the middle is the recommendation for a mid-block crossing at 30th Street. So this is an area through a lot of the public and stakeholder involvement. We were hearing about a lot of people jaywalking across the street, potentially dangerous situation. We actually saw that on multiple occasions when we were doing our site visits and walking the corridor. So this is a mid-block crossing that would likely have a pedestrian activated signal to slow traffic and stop traffic to allow for safe crossing of the roadway at this point. And the reason why there's a lot of pedestrian traffic crossing along here is you have a lot of multifamily homes to the south of Douglas, and then you have a lot of that retail and commercial development to the north. So there's kind of that pedestrian generation and wanting to cross at that location. So that's just another example of some of the safety improvements that we're looking at and recommending as part of our study. The other one, the picture on the right, is at MLK in Douglas. So we're looking at trying to restripe that, provide pedestrian crossing crosswalks, and then also remove the free flow right turn lane in the northbound direction. That will help slow traffic down and again allow for that safe pedestrian crossing at that intersection. So with some additional detail on our study, I would be happy to take any other questions, but just trying to provide some more detail of our study.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right. Thank you.
Okay. One last thing I'll point out with the 3-lane configuration too. I think we're very cognizant that there's a lot of access or driveways along that corridor. What we're seeing with our crash review in a 4-lane configuration, that inside lane, the fast lane, is actually acting as a turn lane. So people are stopped trying to turn, yet through traffic is using that as a pass-through lane, so they're going fast. So we're seeing a lot of rear-end collisions. We're seeing a lot of sideswipe collisions. That's very indicative of a 4-lane configuration. In the 3-lane configuration, that provides a dedicated turn lane for the folks that are trying to get to their properties along the corridor. So that inherently makes it safer along the corridor. Just one last thing.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So Ingersoll has gone from the 4 to the 3 lane for a number of years now. Have there been studies on how traffic has benefited or not benefited or been equal in that case? And also, as the lower left-hand picture indicates, I believe University Avenue is set to do a similar conversion. I'm curious on traffic numbers and how they compare to Douglas, as to University, as to Ingersoll.
Sure,
what
that's
the
a
similarities are.
great question. So in the stretch of Douglas between Merle Hay and Lower Beaver, those current traffic volumes are very similar to what you see on Ingersoll in the 3-lane configuration. University I haven't looked at recently, but again, I think it's in that same range of traffic along that corridor. So I think you're seeing very similar traffic volumes. Now, when you get to Lower Beaver and to the east to MLK, the traffic volumes increase, so it's over 20,000 vehicles a day. And that's why from our perspective, we want to keep that as a 5-lane section. And a lot of that's happening because there's a lot of north-south traffic on Lower Beaver as well as MLK, and they're just kind of taking that jog over on Douglas. So we want to kind of maintain that capacity along that corridor. But yeah, I think you could take Ingersoll and University and kind of say that that's about similar type of traffic volumes along that corridor.
Okay.
And I think you've seen some of the success with Ingersoll has been in place much longer, and I think you've seen some of the improvements on safety and slowing traffic down, and also maybe some of the economic development that spins off from that as well.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right,
Great,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much. So at this time, I'll close the public hearing. Commission, what is your pleasure? The staff recommendation is that the plan Des Moines Creating Our Tomorrow be amended to incorporate the Douglas Avenue Corridor Plan as an element. I just read the staff recommendation, and that is that their recommendation is that the plan Des Moines Creating Our Tomorrow be amended to incorporate the Douglas Avenue Corridor Plan as an element. So what's the pleasure? Don't everybody jump in.
So I feel like they adequately addressed and did their homework on the traffic issues, which I feel like were to me, the biggest issues and concerns. So I'm inclined to move staff here, unless does anyone else
I would
have?
agree. A couple things about corridor plan is, one, it's mainly a recommendation. Nothing is set in stone. Anything that moves forward is going to go through a process as well. So it's not just going to happen without any input. From what I read in the plan, no funding is in place currently for improvements for this area. Obviously, you would hope to see that happen in the future, but again, it's not something that's going to be happening immediately. And furthermore, I think that the whole plan makes sense from a perspective of moving it into the future with pedestrian and bicycle access, and providing a traffic flow that, to me, I think is measured and will be studied. And if the success of Ingersoll is any indication, it slows down traffic as far as safety, but it doesn't necessarily feel like you're inching along. You get to where you want to go in just about the same amount of time. So,
well, and I just also wanted to add that, kind of reinforce the point that it's a pilot study. So, depending on the outcome of the pilot study, that will influence what happens in the future. So,
All right, so we have a motion to accept the staff recommendation. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Is there any nay votes? I can't see down here. No nays? Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the neighbors who came to speak. We're now ready to move on to item number 5. No. Item number 5, I don't think we acted on this yet. Item number 5 is a request from QSL Development for review and approval of a preliminary plat Woodbury on property located in the vicinity of 3501 block of East 56 to allow property to be divided into 84 lots for one household development, 2 lots for multi-household development, and outlots for stormwater management and open space. It's the recommendation of the staff to continue this item. Is that correct, Jason, to March 5th meeting?
That is correct. There's changes that need to be made. We've outlined that in the staff report. Is the applicant or applicant's representative here tonight for the plat for item 5? Okay, then my last communication was they had the staff report, and if they had any questions about it, to let us know. Otherwise, it was going to get continued. So I would just move the staff recommendation.
I'm sorry. Did
I
you
said
feel
the
the
last
applicant is in
communication that we
agreement?
had with them was this is the staff, these are the dates, and this is the staff recommendation.
Okay.
I would
Right,
just
so is there a motion
move
to
it.
move this item to our March 5th meeting? Thank you,
So
Jack.
moved.
All those in favor of moving item number 5 to the March 5th Plan and Zoning Commission meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Any objections? All right. So then our next item would be item number 6. This is a request from Hope Ministries Center for Women and Children for the following requests for property located at 3800 East Douglas Avenue. Number 1, to determine whether the requested rezoning is in conformance with Plan Des Moines Creating Our Tomorrow. 2, to amend Plan Des Moines Creating Our Tomorrow's future land use designation from public, semi-public to medium-density residential. To rezone the property from R160 one-family low-density residential to PUD, Planned Unit Development District. Approval of the PUD conceptual plan, Hope Ministries Center for Women and Children, to allow the existing church to be converted to a shelter for homeless for approximately 100 women and children. The use would include classroom, office, and daycare space. So Jason, you're going to...
Yeah, Chair, Members of the Commission, Jason Van Essen with Planning Staff. I want to do a couple of housekeeping items first. First, pass around the mailed-in responses. And then also note that there is an updated staff report. Copies of it were outside for anybody in the audience who wanted to have a copy. The only change is that we the better term to describe part of their proposal is group living, not otherwise classified. That's a term from our zoning ordinance versus assisted living. That was just a kind of a typo thing that we wanted to correct, just to be, as factual as possible. We have a lot of folks in attendance tonight. I'm anticipating a lot of speakers. I have a sign-in sheet. We didn't get that out for the first couple items, but what we normally do is before you come up and speak, if you could just give us your name and address. It just helps us as people introduce themselves. Sometimes they forget, or we can't, when we go back to listen to the recording, we don't understand it. So if people could do that, that'd be great. It'll just be at the end of the table where I'm sitting. The other thing that's kind of housekeeping before I get into the analysis, in your packet there was some information. This is why the applicant had requested continuance. They had information they wanted to put out to answer questions. You got a copy of it. I'm not going to touch on it any more than that, but I just wanted to point that out. This is an aerial identifying the subject property. It's bound by East Douglas Avenue to the south, Hubble Avenue to the north, East 38th Street to the west. The response map is being, response cards are being passed around. This is the map. Let me zoom out a little bit. Oops, wrong button here. There we go. So the map identifies the city's policy is to notify everybody within 250 feet. The state code requires that you calculate opposition within 200 feet. And so that's what the double lines mean on here. And then the percentage is against. If those owners within 200 feet of the property, if 20% or more of them in a context of land area oppose the rezoning, then once it gets to city council, it requires a supermajority. It's not an individual vote per property owner. It's just what it's there to, by state code, is to require a supermajority if there is that much opposition. Show a few photographs. This is the west end of the property, the original school building that was on the site. Apologize, the camera's getting a little touchy there. And then currently it's has been used as a church. This is the south side of the property looking kind of westwardly. North side of the property, Hubble Avenue in the background, kind of looking towards the west. So I want to zoom out a little bit and just talk a little bit about PUD, just let everybody in the audience kind of understand. PUD stands Plan Unit Development. It's a zoning classification that allows you to create a specific design and purpose zoning district. So anything that's in this drawing, in this document, this is their zoning regulations that would govern the land going forward. And anything that would be developed there, whether it's the applicant or a future owner, would have to comply with this unless they came back through the same process and amended this. So this looks a lot like a site plan. This isn't the site plan. That would need to come back to you if in fact this were to be approved. The site plan or PUD development plan would come back to you and the city council in accordance with the new zoning ordinance. But I just want to point that out to everybody. This is the proposal. The original school building would come down, an addition would be constructed. The facility would be split between a 50-bed shelter and then the other half would be a 50-bed supervised group residence. Both of those would be for women and children only. They would have classroom, office, and daycare space within the facility. So they would utilize existing building, small addition. You can see the kind of keeping the same configuration of parking areas, and then just the play areas and green space that are there today. PUDs also look at architecture. This is the submitted concept that is part of this proposal. Building elevations and the more refined design would come back to you with the PUD development plan should the project move forward. PUDs also set signage regulations. So this is just noting the signage. They have some design standards for fencing, fairly straightforward stuff. As staff, we're asked to look at any proposal that comes before you, do analysis based off of our professional experience, plans that the city has, identified needs in the community, and make a recommendation to you. And so we have done that in this case, like all the cases before you tonight, and we are recommending approval. What I'd like to do in the staff recommendation is just jump to where we discuss Plan DSM. And the basis of our recommendation is there's a need for this type of housing in the community. This would reuse a large site that's on a high traffic corridor. It's where as we've done Plan DSM, the things that we've talked about where you put density or people that may need access to mass transit, is you put them near those corridors. The other thing that we pointed out in the staff report is that this is on the fringe of the neighborhood. It does abut single family, but it is on the fringe. It's along the commercial corridor, and it fits into that kind of that character of a commercial corridor or high traffic corridor. We do have a couple of conditions that we are recommending. So that any revisions necessary as part of the administrative final Mylar review shall reflect the final action by the City Council and to meet non-substantive staff comments. This is just a catch-all. Basically, we're saying that before you give us the Mylar that is the formal document after the council meeting, if the council elects to approve it, we document this in a finalized document that takes any conditions that come from this process and it makes sure that those are applied in there. And all item 1 is just saying you've got to do that, which is, it's understood, but sometimes we like to make sure that people are aware of that. Next is the provision of additional note to fencing requirements that any future fencing added or the replacement of existing fencing shall be only with black clad chain link fencing or black decorative metal fencing, no greater in height at 6 feet, or 6 foot solid wood privacy fence, architectural panels required for screening. And we're just trying to add some additional language. We had some fencing information on sheet 3. We wanted to provide just a little more clarity on that. And also I would add that, as I said at the beginning, should this move forward, fencing materials and design, screening, landscaping, plant counts, all that stuff would come back before you and the City Council, and we would delve into that level of detail at that point again, even with the text that we're adding here. So I did have, when I got here, there was a stack of, it looks like it's photocopied communication that somebody left for me. I'm going to leave that. If you're going to speak, you can present that to the commission.
I think, is that the one with the handwritten letter?
With the handwritten?
I think that's what they want read into the record. And
this one, they didn't, there's no name or address on it, so I was going to hope that they could at least, if they're not comfortable speaking, at least maybe see me.
Okay.
We could do that, and then I can present it to you during the public comment, I guess. Or pass it around like we did with you already have letters and response cards. I'll just pass it around at that point, so we're consistent with how we've treated folks. If no questions, happy to turn it over to the applicant who can go in a little greater detail about their operation.
thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
So if the applicant would please come forward.
No, as the applicant, we know who you are.
Okay,
so
right, great. All right, don't want to just miss that chance. Chris Pose, 317 6th Avenue, Suite 300. I am an attorney representing Hope Ministries. I'm also very pleased in representing Hope Ministries to be representing a nameless, faceless group of people in the community, and that is a lot of women and children who are homeless and are not being served. One of the difficult things, and I'll bring Leon up to talk about it in a minute. Oh, and first let me just say we agree with the staff recommendations. We have no problems with what the staff is saying. This is an email that we received from the homeless liaison at the Des Moines Public Schools. And the schools are the way that you can measure where the homeless kids are in this community, because the teachers know it. And that email indicates that in the 17-18 school year, 1,246 students who are enrolled in the Des Moines Public Schools are identified as experiencing homelessness. In the 18-19 school year, there's 1,125 students. Most of the homeless women and children in this community are what we call doubled up. They are staying in someone's basement, they are staying on a couch, they're staying in a car, they're on limited term abilities where they have housing, but it is very transient in nature. Hope Ministries' goal is to bring these people out of homelessness, show them a way of life, make them able to produce in the community, make them responsible, make them out of the grip of homelessness itself. Hope Ministries has already an existing facility located within the east side of Des Moines at 3333 East University. It has been operating there since 2004 without issue. It is a supervised group residence under the zoning code in an R160 zoning district that has 35 beds. Hope is simply asking at this time to move this operation over to the present property, expand it to 50 beds of supervised group residence or more long-term programming for occupants who are there, and 50 beds of short-term programming. And we're talking 50 beds, we're talking no more than 100 people, whether that's women or children. And as the staff has indicated, no men. I do want to turn it over to Leon because he is a much better speaker on the issue of catering and caring for the homeless, and I want to give him that opportunity. We do want to bring up also Mike Kastner, who did the plan, and he can go into more detail of the actual plan itself, and we will be happy to answer any questions. I do want to speak just for a minute after both Leon and Mike have spoken to give you one other additional piece of information, and we will always be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
I have a question now, please.
Sure.
The email that you sent from the school district talked about homeless children within the city. Did they give you an idea where these children are living now?
I think what they indicate in this email is hotel, motel, shelter, transitional housing, unsheltered, and doubled up. That's what they've indicated in the email itself, which is consistent with the understanding we have of how women and children are presently getting along in the community.
My question had to do with geography, though.
This is Des Moines Public School System, so these would be people in the Des Moines school system. They did not give us any specifics as to where these folks are located.
So you don't have a sense of that?
I do not. Leon may, but I do not have a sense of where they are. I found it significant that this isn't another school system. This is Des Moines Public Schools. Leon?
So, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Leon Negan, 5075 East University Avenue, Pleasant Hill. I want to just briefly speak to the organization that we are, to the need that there is in this community for homeless women and homeless moms and their children, and to what that great need is and what we would propose to do regarding that situation. So Hope Ministries has been caring for homeless people in our community since 1915. We do so without the assistance of any public funding whatsoever, not federal, not state, and not local. Rather, we're supported by thousands of donors from all over this region who believe in our work and who also believe in the way that we do that work. I've been leading this effort as the CEO for the past 25 years, so this is my life work and it's what I'm personally passionate about. 16 years ago, Hope Ministries recognized the need for rescue and recovery services for homeless women and women with children in our community, and we opened a center for 35 individuals at 3333 East University Avenue. 5 years ago, we recognized the need to increase our capacity to meet the rapidly growing need in our community for this population. We began looking for a site approximately 3 years ago, primarily looking for vacant land that we could build on. We found during that process that new construction would be very cost prohibitive. And so we began looking for an existing building that could be renovated. And that is when we discovered this property for sale. An architect and a contractor looked at renovating it, and they did in fact inform us that we could save a significant amount of money through renovation rather than solely through new construction. So we have determined that 3800 East Douglas is an excellent location for us to do this critically important work. The need is great in our community. Chris spoke briefly to that earlier, and I will reiterate that. In 2019, calendar year 2019, Hope Ministries received 1,029 unduplicated calls from women asking for a bed for them that night for them and their children. 1,029 calls last year. We were unable to serve the vast majority of those families because we can only serve about 35 people with the capacity that we have at our current facility. As Chris said, the Des Moines Public School System identified 1,246 students experiencing homelessness in the 2017 and 2018 school year, and they identified 1,125 students in the 2018 and 2019 school year. This is the Des Moines Public School System only. Does not include private schools, and it does not include any school systems in the surrounding metro region. Coordinated intake, the centralized referral system for homeless persons that is operated by the Polk County Continuum of Care, completed 599 intakes for homeless families in 2019. There are a total of 94 shelter beds for homeless families in Polk County that are operated by 3 shelters today. At Hope Ministries, we find this to be totally unacceptable in a metro region of about 600,000 people. We operate 2 thrift stores and 3 residential centers for homeless people in this city. And we have a track record of safety, a track record of positive outcomes in the lives of the homeless people that we serve, and in being great neighbors at all of our locations. So this same will be true at 3800 East Douglas. We'd ask for your approval of this critically important service to our community. With that, I'll turn it over to Mike Kastner so that he can present a further review of the plan, of the site plan. And later I would be happy to answer any further questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Kastner with Ask Studio, 3716 Ingersoll Avenue, principal with the firm. We prepared the site plan and worked at it from an initial and then through several meetings with the neighbors and the response cards, worked at trying to incorporate some of the comments we heard from them. The main point we looked at was the existing building is right through here. And then the existing older part is there, the crosshatch. That building portion of it is to be torn down. Then the orange is a new addition. And what we're doing is using this building and the return back up as a backdrop, essentially to kind of separate things from the neighborhood to the activity areas of the building. The entry, instead of being on this side, we've pulled it around now to the center where the addition is, so that all drop-off traffic, any picking up kids to take them to their schools, or any of that kind of work happens on this side of the building away from the neighborhood. We are keeping predominantly the side parking areas that are there now. We are eliminating some of the paving over on this side and filling that back in with green, and then a stormwater detention on this side to take off additional impervious materials from here. And then adding screening around the parking area for landscaping, and then adding a fence and screening along this side to the residential areas. One of the items was from the neighbors' comments was that there's a fair amount of traffic of people that come back through this property. And we've developed on that last sheet a gate, essentially an opening in the fence that allows people to come through without actually being able to see through that area. It keeps it screened off. Also adding a sidewalk from the parking area and the entry back out to here where the residents would go to be able to catch up with buses, or either up at this side or down at this area of the plan. There is a small patio area that's existing out here that will remain, but other than that, we're eliminating entrances to whatever extent we can, and sidewalks back off onto this side to encourage all the activity to be on this side of the building. I'd be happy to answer any questions or anything.
Any questions? All right, so you have a concluding remark?
Yeah, just a concluding remark. We did have a neighborhood meeting on January 6th that was very well attended by people not only in the 250 feet, but a much broader circle of folks, some of whom are here this evening. And we did share with the neighborhood the packet of material, at least the 250-foot neighbors and any neighbors who requested it of us. We gave them the packet of material that you've seen that details the programming and safety protocols that Hope Ministries has. So we have had dialogue with the neighbors. One of the things we heard at the neighborhood meeting was people had a fear that somehow this would degrade their property values. And we talked with staff about this, and staff indicated to us that it'd be their burden to show that that's in fact the case. But nonetheless, what we did is we consulted with Mike Swaim, who's a residential real estate appraiser here in the city, and asked him to do what he calls a valuation study. And he's here to answer questions, and I have a copy of the report. But he concludes that based on looking at sales of homes that are in and around centers such as this, that there has been no detrimental effect on value of those sales. And he can point to the exact ones where this has occurred. So we offer that to you to have as background. I've got copies of it if you want to see it and take a look at it. And again, when everyone else speaks or whenever you want, I can have Mr. Swaim come up and speak about his work and what he did. Again, we feel and agree with the staff report, which mentions nothing about the issue of value, but we wanted to provide you with this information because to us, this is the best professional information that we can give you from somebody who's done residential real estate appraisal in the city for a very long time.
Well, what I would say is, based on the cards, that is the strongest theme, and I think we should hear that first, because that might help people decide if they want to speak or not.
Sure. Do you want a copy of the report? Because we have.
I think that should be submitted,
have copies
yeah.
of it. It has been submitted, but we have extra copies if you want.
What do you want to do, Jason?
I think it'd be best if you want to hear from the appraiser to have him speak in summary.
Yeah.
Not like go through this.
No,
We'll just
no.
go ahead and take this bit of part of the record.
Okay.
Mike? There he is.
And I want to, excuse me.
And I would add my suggestion, if you've done any appraisal of the locations, the other sites, the areas where there are other sites.
Just as a matter of housekeeping, I want to just clarify that the commission has asked the applicant to provide this information. We're asking questions, so we've moved beyond their time allotment for presentation,
Yes,
but they're
we have.
allowed to answer your questions until you're done.
Good point. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Swaim with Swaim Appraisal Services, 3932 Aspen Drive. So we were asked to sort of do a study of trying to determine the effect on value of properties around the center. And so what we did was we basically tried to look at it from three different studies. The first study we try to do is look at when the property that Hope Ministries owns on University at 3833 East University, when that was converted from its use change to the Center for Women and Children. We tried to look at what properties adjacent to that property had sold for before the change in use, and then what they had sold for after the change in use. And so when we did that, we looked at those properties. There were two properties, one at 910 East 35th, and this was, I believe you're going to get a packet. I'm not sure if you got it already. I don't know if you guys want to, if you want to follow along. I don't know if you would like to have the packet in front of you. Either way, 910 East 35th was adjacent, as well as 1116 East 35th. And so we looked at those sales. The first sale on 910 East 35th sold in 99 for 96. And then after the change in use, which happened in 2003, it then sold in 2004 for 114,750 at basically a 4% annual increase. 1116 East 35th, which also is adjacent to the center, sold in 2002 before the center had changed its use. At 104, and then it changed, it sold again in 2005 for 119, again showing a 6% annual increase for these two properties that are adjacent to the center. So from that, we then went out and tried to look for properties that were not adjacent to the center, that were similar type homes in the same location, but not actually adjacent to the center, and tried to see, well, what happened with those properties in sort of that same time period. So if you look at Weingartner, in 03 it sold for 115.9, and then in 2005 sold for 116, basically no annual increase there. 3521 State Street showed a 10% increase. 3429 East Washington showed a 6.4% increase. Again, this was during that same time period that those two adjacent properties next to the center sold. So what that showed was that basically there was no negative effect on value in this first study. The next study that we wanted to look at was, let's get something current and see if there's a property that has sold next to that center, and then determine from there. And so 1106 East 35th on January 2nd of 2019 sold for 164.9. And so from there, we then went out and did a paired sale analysis of sales in the area that were not adjacent to the center. And those are the three properties you see above: 1274 East 35th, 3437 Eastwood, and 1266 East 36th Court. And after doing our analysis, again, there was no detriment or negative effect on value being next to the center as opposed to being separate from the center. Our last study, which is study number 3, was we wanted to go away from the property that Hope Ministries runs at 3833 East University, and we went to another women and children's center. This one is located at 3703 East 9th. And so we looked at the property for that one, 3701 Wright, and again, this was a more current study, okay? That property sold August 3rd of 2018, and then we tried to go find properties that were not adjacent to that property and see what they sold for. And again, we went through our paired sale analysis study, and there was no negative effect on value. So in conclusion, really, I think and when I keep saying we, my dad and I both, he started the company some 40 years ago. I've been doing this now for 25 years. We did this together. We both have signed the report, and we're working on this together. I believe the first study is really the important one, because that shows what happened when that center changed its use to, in 2003, it became a center for women and children. And those properties that were adjacent to that, we've got the evidence to show that there was no negative effect on value after that center changed. The other two studies sort of just back up the data that we were able to find on the first study. So that is I guess, sort of in a nutshell, how we arrived at the conclusions that we did and what we did. So I'll either turn it over to questions, or if once you get the report and able to look at it, if you have questions that come up, I'm happy to try and answer.
Okay, thank you. Any questions at this point?
I have one,
Okay.
please. The property in the third study at 3701 Wright Street, that was the facility, that was the test, is that correct?
So 3701 Wright Street is it's basically adjacent to the other homeless shelter for women and children at 3703 East 9th. That's a separate property that is not owned by Hope Ministries, but it is, there are, I think it's about 6 duplexes that house women and children. And so, because we wanted to try and find something outside of just 3833 East University, or excuse me, 3333 East University that Hope Ministries operates. We wanted to at least get another center to look at and try and see the results. So Wright Street is the property that was next to that.
Yeah. My question was then, in the facility used in the study number 3, how many beds did that have?
It's duplexes, so basically
12?
probably, yeah, I mean, you're probably looking, my guess is each property has, probably 2 or 3 bedrooms per side. And so if you've got 6 duplexes, we're probably talking 12 to 18, somewhere in there, as far as the beds on that facility. We did try and go out and find other properties, and a number of the homeless centers around Des Moines are in urban areas, and they're not, we couldn't find residential properties where they sort of surround that. And so what we wanted to try and do is find, obviously, something that would be similar to 3800 East Douglas, and that's how we arrived at finding the one on East University, as well as the property on 3703 East 9th.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any other questions?
I have a question for Leon. Hey, Leon, in the comment cards, and I don't know if you can answer this, but there was some questions about your success rates and about the return rate. Do you have any data you can share with us on that?
So we do. So I'll be brief. Success is defined many ways by us because people come from living under a bridge, and some of them success is short term. For people who get a meal, success is having a full stomach at the end of that meal. For other people who are in our residential center, success may be they lost a job temporarily and they need 2 weeks to a month to get back on their feet, find a job, or get their car fixed and go back, and they're okay, and they find another apartment and they're okay again, and we say best wishes to you, and we never see them again. For our long-term program, for these programs, people can stay with us at no cost to them up to 2 years. And 70% of all the people who come to us do go into and experience at least part of our long-term program. So they will stay with us at least part of that time. For people who come out the other side of that program, what we do is we follow along with them. We won't go into this. There's an aftercare program that we have, and we will follow people for 3 to 5 years past the time that they stayed in one of our residential centers. But what we do is we go back 6 months later so that we have a snapshot, a point in time, and we look at 4 criteria, and the criteria are, have they maintained their sobriety after they left us? Do they have housing? Did they get housing, and did they maintain that housing? Did they get employment, and did they maintain that employment? And the 4th criteria is, are they involved in a support group, whether that be a church, NA, AA, some kind of support that'll sustain them over the long haul, because relationships are often a very, very big factor in people becoming homeless in the first place. So we look at those 4 criteria, and we talk to the people about how they're doing in each of those areas. So the measurement that we have, where I'm going to, is for people that have come out successfully out of our program. At 6 months later, we measure it, and we have a success rate of 72% with those individuals. Thank you for that question.
Anyone else?
At the risk of peeling the cover off of something here, those cards that went around with the red marks on them are negative cards, right? So I was trying to lift up, you didn't see them, but I was trying to lift up concerns. Property values has been hit. That's been addressed. Success rate has been hit. Well, let me read you a few words, some subjective, some more objective, and I'll ask you to comment after this, okay? You're not going to be surprised by what I'm going to say. People were concerned that they would have a feeling of a loss of tranquility in their neighborhood. People were concerned that they would feel fright being located near such a facility. People were concerned that they would have a feeling that they were unsafe. These cards mention these words: violence, drugs, theft, beggars, stalkers, criminals, litter, and wanderers. Okay? Putting that all together, can you give us some idea of if these problems exist at your facilities? And I think, there's probably some objective data there. I mean, these people are going to ask and talk about all this stuff, so I'm preempting them a little bit. But the police department may get called from time to time to a facility or to a neighborhood. Do you have a way of addressing any of these concerns before we get into it from all of our citizenry?
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that question, and I understand it also. Because homelessness is an unknown quantity to many folks in our community, and with any unknown quantity, it can raise fears and suspicions and all of that. I understand that completely. A couple of the things that I would say to this is, I cannot make promises about future safety for people. I don't have a crystal ball any more than anyone does. I can address some things around this. We have been a center where we are at 3333 East University, not for a short time. We've been there for 16 years. And our neighbors are very happy with us there at that location at 3333 East University. I don't know if any of you saw of it. There was an article in the Des Moines Register about it today in which many of them were quoted. I can tell you that I saw in that report that the police department had said there were a number of calls over the past 5 years. I did not ask the police department personally to go back 5 years. I did ask them what happened in 29. I reached out to them proactively for this meeting. I said, what happened in 29? Could you send that to us? And the police department did send that to me. And in all of 2019, we then not only got the report, which is simply a one-word report about a category of something that happened, and we went back with our staff and examined that. There were 10 calls that the police department sent to us. 3 of them were traffic accidents, 2 of them out on University that were unrelated to us. One was a bumper accident between 2 cars in our parking lot. The other 7 of them were about our residents. 6 of them were health-related concerns, and one of them was a mom calling about a teenager who had not returned home. So I can tell you that those are the 10 police calls that were reported to us in all of 2019. I can also tell you that to our very best recollection, the one complaint that we had from a neighbor in the 16 years that we were there, I'm having a hard time imagining that myself, but what we were told is that back in 2009, a couple of our boys were playing on the fence, crawling over it. And it's a shared fence with a neighbor, and the neighbor was upset about that. And so we dealt with that situation back in 2009 and had the kids quit crawling across that fence. I can also tell you that we have not, in those 16 years that we can recall or are aware of, had one neighbor get a hold of us and say to us, there is a resident at your facility who has created some vandalism in our community, in our neighborhood, who has committed a crime against one of us in our neighborhood, who has harmed any one of us in our neighborhood in any way. We have absolutely never had a report in 16 years to that effect. So that's what I would say to those things. Those are all scary words, and I understand that. We have not experienced them where we are.
I sensed what your response would be, but I wanted to give you a chance to give it to us in light of all of these buzzwords that were going by all of us as we looked at the cards.
I appreciate that, sir.
And I want to segue from that. So included among your staff, do you offer any type of security for your property?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Among your staff, is there security?
Security?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So our security process, we do not, so we are staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We do not hire any outside security for our properties, and we don't, if there were a need for it, if it was demonstrated in the last 16 years that for some reason someone had been harmed or things had been stolen or that kind of thing, absolutely we would look at it. We have, as I've just said, there's never been a reason for it.
All right, thank you. Any other? All right, so what I want to do for the individuals who are here to speak is, first of all, these people who've been standing have been standing a long time. How many of you who have been standing wish to speak? All right. Anybody on this side? Or you three ladies? Anybody want? I'm talking about the individuals who've been standing. No, okay. So those of you who raised your hand who have been standing, how many of you are in favor of the plan? All right, so we're gonna have you three come, and then the rest of you who want to speak, who have been standing, follow them. And we'll start with you, and then we'll, because they have been patient here. And name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Chantel Carnes, and I live at 595 North Pleasant Hill Boulevard in Pleasant Hill, Iowa. All right, so my name is Chantel, and I'm a recovering addict. I had the opportunity to go through Hope's Life Recovery Program from 2013 to 2015, and I can honestly tell you that it changed my life and gave me the skills to be the woman I always wanted to be, but at the time never thought I could. Today I have a great job. I'm a mother, daughter, sister, aunt, and friend that my family deserves. I'm completely off of government assistance and continue to work towards my goals in life, putting in the hard work to get there. Hope is a Christ-centered program that is all about accountability, being transparent, and hard work, with love from the staff in every step of the way. Women don't go to Hope because we have to. We go because we're desperate for life change, so we can become productive members of society, a mother to our children that they need, and all around better people. Hope is a hard program, and they hold us accountable for all areas of our lives. Life change is a beautiful thing, so I truly wish that Hope Ministries is able to reside in the new facility so they can help even more women and children. Sometimes in life, all we need is a chance, and Hope is where I got mine. I can honestly tell you that in the time, so I've been involved since 2013, and I'm still around. So I've already gone out of the after program, and now I'm in like the extended I'm never leaving kind of program. They're an amazing support through all the life, like hard times, and just situations that arise, they're always there. Me and my daughter go to the monthly crafts, and just, they love you through every situation in life. Never in the time that I've been there or been involved, did I see one ill situation, because we're held so accountable there. If you can't live up to this, they have rules. And if you can't abide by those rules, then you're not ready for that life change. And I'm grateful for hope, and I truly hope this does go through.
Thank you very much. I did forget to remind anyone who's speaking that please abide by our 5-minute rule, and we will time it.
Hi, my name is Angela Thomas, and I live at 3624 East 43rd Court in Des Moines. My husband is a staff pastor at Berean Church on University in Pleasant Hill, and I am a children's director there for our birth through pre-K area. And so we have had personal experience working with a lot of these Hope Ministries women and children. Our vans go and pick them up and bring them in. And I have seen firsthand a lot of these moms who are just getting some of their kids back, maybe through foster care because they didn't have a place to stay. Now they do, and they are ready to start trying to build their family back up again. And I've seen the kids, when they start to get that stability, to stay in one spot, to be with their parents. My husband and I are also licensed foster parents. And so we take in kids that don't have a place, or their moms can't help them, or they just aren't ready yet. They need to go through a program, and you get some pretty tough cases sometimes, but when they make mistakes, you don't just throw them out. They're kids, they're learned behaviors, and the same goes for adults. And so what I have found in our church is that these women come in, and maybe at first they come because they have to. It's part of the program. They have to go to a church. But they come and they find people that are stable, that are willing to walk beside them. They find community. And who doesn't do better with community? I mean, we all need people behind us that are there to help us and encourage us and push us forward. And yeah, we still make mistakes. I still fall back. And I have a great support system. And these women and children deserve the same. And so a lot of these women have graduated from the program, and they still continue to come. And they are support for the new women that come in. And I just think if we help and we provide a place and we're support for them, instead of being afraid. I have 5 kids of my own, and I live in that neighborhood, and I'm trying to teach my children to help, to reach out. And foster care in itself is a hard thing. It's very unknown, and it can be very frightening, and I almost gave up before I even finished. And I think that's the same. And I know fear is a big thing, and I want everyone to feel safe, but even in my neighborhood now, I see some sketchy people, and I see some things that aren't safe. And so I encourage people to try to have an open mind, and maybe I know the program, I know the people, I know their track record, and I'm very in support of it. And I think a lot of these women and children just need a chance, and I'm very behind it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you. My name is Pastor Steve Christensen. I'm the pastor of Life Change Church at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, right beside the Hope Center. We purposely came into the area 3 years ago to help work with the homeless, the abused, the addicted in the east side of Des Moines, with a heart for that. We work with the 4 elementary schools in our area, Stowe, Willard, Capitol View, and Phillips. We also work with Hyatt and East, and have a presence in all those. We've brought Victory Sports. We've also began to host the graduations for the Hope Center for Women. I teach a weekly women's Bible study at the Hope Center. I know that sounds a little weird, and it was, but it's been a joy. I do that weekly. Our church is involved weekly with the Hope Center in serving alongside them, those women and children who are there. I want to say that I understand the fears, the concerns that people have, but the greater fear is that we don't have a place for the homeless, the hurting, the abused, the addicted. We don't have a place for them to recover, to change their life. And so my plea today is that we realize that the homeless number is not going to change whether or not we don't or do this, but what's going to happen is we're going to help reduce the homeless population by offering a place of hope at the Hope Center. And so I want to encourage everyone to think about it. We've personally witnessed the lives that have been changed. We also have an office on East University where we see homeless men and women come through and we serve them meals and other necessities that they need. And I've personally talked with a mom who's living under a bridge with her children. If there's no place to go, if there's no place for them to get better, to heal, to find hope, what are we to do on the east side? And so I'm so thankful that we have a place, the Hope Center, that believes that no matter where you are in your life, we can help you. We can allow you to find safety and comfort. I've never felt afraid being on their facility. As I'm said, I'm there weekly. We do activities with them at night. We sponsor events for them. And once again, I am seeing lives impacted and changed. And all they're asking for is an opportunity for us to see more lives changed, more lives rescued. And let me end with this. We're not just changing the mom's life. We're changing the kid's life forever. We're giving them a place to go. We're giving them hope for a better future. And what an incredible opportunity as I spend time with these kids, that they're going to have a better future because there is a Hope Center for women and children. So I encourage you, I see only positive in making and changing lives on the east side, which is the reason that we came to start a church there and make a difference as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bruce Warner, 3500 Williams, Des Moines. My concern is that the appraisals that they've shown on there is for the small women and children's centers on University. The appraisals on the properties are done into a different neighborhood than actually what they're planning on moving into. They're making a larger facility for women and children. And would you like that in your neighborhood? They're also putting them onto a commercial on Hubble Avenue where there's very little employment for these women. Our school there on 42nd Street is going to have their children move into there. Our schools are loaded there now. Where the property appraisals are holding right now, but the appraisals from what they've shown are different neighborhoods. Our homes are $186,000. Those homes that they've shown are in the 120, 119. When you have a large facility of the women's shelter that's being moved in to our neighborhood, the appraisals, our property appraisals are going to go down. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, I'll ask, is there anybody else who's standing, please?
I'm Frank Erickson. I live at 3749 East Douglas Avenue, right down the street from them. And my concern is it's just like the gentleman said, we ain't comparing apples to apples. We can compare apples to oranges or less. Because we're only talking an 18-bed house. That's all it amounts to, a sixplex. So we ain't comparing for that. The next thing is I don't know if everybody got one of these. This is a flyer that Hope Ministry sent out. And on it, page 7 and page 8, they talk about what happens on behavior. Behavior means that they get kicked out of the center. They get put out on the street. There's nothing here that says that they escort them somewhere. They put them out on the street, and that's on my street. So they want these people to come over here to be at Hope Ministry, but they're going to kick them out, and they're going to kick them out to my street. in my street, and you talk about the drugs, and one of there on page 8, they talk about the drug problems that they have inside of the ministries. That they kick them out. They exit them from the building. So we turn around and saying that it's a good thing for the mothers, but they kick them out if they don't do anything right. They should have some way that they protect the mothers and keep them in the building and not put them out. The only time they get escorted out is when it says that they remain on their property. Then they call the police and have them kicked out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so that concludes everybody who's standing, right? Because I want to make sure you had a chance first. So now we'll go to those in the audience. How many in the audience do wish to speak? Okay, so I don't think you all want to, I doubt you all want to stand up in line. But so what we'll do is, since you're coming, come on. And lady in the red, you can come on too. So I think we'll start with this side of the room. And anybody who wants to speak on this side of the room, we'll have you line up.
Don't forget to sign in either before or after.
They have them say before or again. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Frank.
Excuse me, there's a request that if you could, in the beginning, say if you support the plan or if you're opposed, right out the gate.
Okay. I support Jennifer Frank, 2643 Beaver Avenue. I wrote, so it's less than 5 minutes. Personally, it can be very easy for me to judge a book by its cover. I can look at a person and look at what they're wearing, thinking that they have the latest fashions. They have great hair, makeup, nails, perfectly done every day. They have a respectable job to boot. They must have it all together. Then we can look at a person who may look like they just rolled out of bed. You might have thoughts of disgust or even pity them, thinking they are untrustworthy. Which person would you find it easier to rub elbows with? Which person would you find it easier to have your family around? If we're being honest with each other and ourselves, we have all sat in judgment of others based on how they look or where they've been. When I began volunteering with Hope Ministries several years ago, the Women and Children's Center is not at all what I expected when I arrived. I expected bunk beds lined up on cold, dark floors, dark rooms. I was very mistaken as I walked into a home that was beautifully laid out, much like your home might be. We sat around the dining room table, and behind me there was a kitchen, and to my left there was a living room with bedrooms down the hall. It was as if I was meeting friends to have tea, though I don't believe we ever had tea. We had a lot of stories to share. We had lots of laughter and lots of tears. I taught parenting classes in the evening and was never once concerned for my safety or well-being. I've had a couple of my children even help for the evening for the children's program while the parents were taking a class, and I wasn't concerned at all about exposing them to the environment. I wonder how many people here have had neighbors that they're annoyed that their lawn has just gone, or maybe neighbors that bother them with noise late into the night. The center is beautifully landscaped. The curfew rules are that the lights are out by 9 p.m. So back to where I started, what if the people we have thought that had it all together really don't? Who does? What if the people we've looked on with disgust are trying to do what they can do to better themselves to make a difference in their lives and their children's lives? Shouldn't we give them a chance and get to know them? I have gotten to know these women every week. I look forward to seeing them. They brighten my day, encouraging me with what God is doing in their lives through hope. No matter what someone is going through, we should try to love them through it. We can have understanding with, I've been there and I'm here for you. Or if you haven't been exactly where they've been, I am confident you can find some kind of understanding because we are all flawed, broken people who need each other. That compassion and inclusion is where you will start seeing to see lives change. I know that the people here represent their community. They care about it. They have concerns about changes that may occur. Without having a clear understanding of hope, I might be inclined to feel the same way. The Women and Children's Center has structured their program to the nth degree, so much so that there are requirements for the residents to do every moment, every day. These include, but are not limited to, devotional and Bible studies, home care and work skills, training, as well as many different life skill classes. To have a voice about who is able to move into this building is a privilege I wouldn't take lightly, nor would I do it based on assumptions. I believe those in attendance here desire to be good neighbors, just as Hope wants to be a good neighbor to you. It's my prayer that what I've been given you to think about will encourage you to say yes to Hope. Together, I truly believe we can all make a difference.
Thank you.
Can you say thank you? No worries.
Hello, my name is Beverly Dokovich. I live at 4590 Northeast 38, a quarter mile from the church. You've heard from the real estate person. I've heard from several real estate people, some here in Des Moines that have over 30 years of real estate brokers experience. They say, yes, it does bring down the value of your home. I have researched this, and it says, yes, it will. 12%. Our point is not that we don't want to help these people. They need help. We understand that. But this cannot be the only facility that's available to them. Our neighborhood is overpopulated at this point with over 50 low-income apartments within a 1.5 mile radius of the church. That means over 1,000 people has been brought into our community, and we're now being asked to welcome the homeless shelter into our residential neighborhood. We have issues because they have no control over the residents once they leave the facility. When the mother goes into the facility at curfew and she's been using drugs or alcohol, she is not allowed to go in. This is at 9 o'clock at night. Where do these mothers and these teenage kids go? The buses aren't running. There's no stores. There's nowhere for them to go but to wander around the neighborhood. That's our neighborhood's concern. You've all raised teenage boys. They wander. We have neighbors that have been in this neighborhood for 30 to 50 years, and they are fearful of what's going to happen at night. Yes, Hope Ministry cannot predict the future. We cannot predict the future. But the best prediction of future behavior is past behavior. I've done research. I've got copies of it. I've handed them out. And this is what the research proves. Crime will go up. Home values will decrease 12%. Thefts of property will go up. And it will threaten our tranquility of life. These people need help, but this is not the only location that they can go. If they're funded, like he said, by many people, then they have the money to go anywhere they want to go. They shouldn't choose a residential neighborhood. We're oversaturated with these apartment complexes. And the other thing I want to mention is when he did the study on the real estate, and he said that their real estate value didn't go down. Do they have a sign in front of all of these other residents? Because Hope Ministry on Douglas is going to use the existing sign, which is huge, to let everyone know that it's Hope Ministry. When future buyers, I don't know how to.
Susan will help you.
Like that?
There you go.
Future buyers see that. And 90% of the 400 people I've talked to in the last 2 months, 90% of them say, if I came into that neighborhood, saw that sign, I would walk away and go somewhere else to buy my house. They don't realize that these people aren't dangerous. They don't realize any of this. All they see is drugs, alcohol, sex abuse, criminals. That's all they see. And they walk away and will not buy.
Thank you very much.
That is a fact. I have researched it. And
we have other people that wish to speak, and I think your 5 minutes is
I do,
expired.
so are you the individual that left this at my
Yes.
desk? Okay, so are
I
you
wasn't
requesting?
going to, but I decided I should.
Okay, I gathered from your presentation that you want to submit this to the
Yes, I
commission?
do.
Okay, so we'll pass it around. I also need to keep this for the record, this picture that you showed.
Okay.
Okay.
And then the other big issue that we have.
Excuse me.
Your time's up.
Your time.
Okay.
We have other folks that need to speak too.
Okay, the drug and liquor.
Yep.
Across the street from the playground. Is,
Ma'am, we have other folks, we have
Oh.
long line of folks.
okay, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Beverly.
I knew
Thank
I
you.
talked to you all. Here, you can use those too.
Are these the same thing?
Yes.
Okay,
This-
I'll let you have that one. I have the picture that you showed.
Oh, I have also the, you want the.
I only need the, what you, yeah, you can submit the petition as well. We have a, do you want?
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Here's the,
You can come on up. Yep.
Good evening. I'm speaking in favor of the proposal. My name is Susan Stroop. I have lived at 4233 East Madison Avenue for 45 years. My kids attended Douglas Elementary School, which was, back in the day, within walking distance, just under a mile. I am speaking in favor of the use of the facility as a homeless shelter for women and children. I want to concentrate for a few minutes on the children that would be residing at the shelter with their moms. We've been told that it is estimated that over 1,000 students in Des Moines Public Schools are homeless. And we're looking at a program that would address the circumstances of a fraction of those kids. I recently read the Pulitzer Prize-winning book, Evicted, by Matthew Desmond. We were told by Hope Ministries that women and children are so often the invisible homeless. This book confirms this phenomenon of mothers and their kids one very small step away from being on the streets, desperate to keep a roof over the heads of their families, often moving in with people they barely know, in the throes of food insecurity as they struggle to come up with money to contribute to the rent or groceries, often being forced to move after weeks or a few months to the next venue, often totally substandard conditions and with no family or other safety net to fall back on. It has been documented that homelessness degrades a child's health, ability to learn, and sense of self-worth. You've all heard of behavioral challenges in our schools. Children whose mothers are in dire circumstances suffer from instability, they lack energy, they are unhappy, and know there is nothing left for them from the meager resources. You know how a teenager's room can be wall-to-wall chaos with stuff? What if all your stuff easily fit into a garbage bag you could drag from place to place? What if you just didn't know where you were going home to at the end of a school day? What if you could never quite remember where you left your homework, assignment, or that library book? As a teacher, I witnessed these plights. Mahatma Gandhi said, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." He did not add, "as long as it is not in my backyard." Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to point out that we are going to let individuals on this side speak. It's just I didn't think everyone wanted to stand in a long line. Please go ahead.
Hi, I am Jan Rouse. I live at 3330 East 36th Court. I am for this shelter. I have lived there for 41 years. Well, I'm sorry, I take that back, 47 years. My children have gone to Douglas, they've gone to Hoyt, and they've gone to East. I find our community to be a welcoming community and a great place to live. The Des Moines Register has indicated that no one in the neighborhood is for the shelter. Well, as you can see, that's not true. It will be a beautiful and well-kept up addition to our neighborhood. It will be much better than more low-income apartments or an eyesore vacant building with unwanted occupants. We already have a lot of low-income apartments. We know that the people that are coming into the Hope Shelter are vetted. We know that they have security. We know that they have people watching and helping them. We don't know that about our low-income apartments. We aren't going to see a whole apartment building sitting on the curb because they've been evicted. As far as being afraid, I would much rather, I live by several duplexes. I would much rather live right next door to a homeless shelter for women and children than I would to those duplexes, because those duplexes have brought down my property values, because we do have druggies in there. We have people that are there for a month and then they're kicked out, and then we have a new person. I have homeless people that live behind me along the 4 Mile Creek. I never have a problem with them. The people I have problem with stealing my things are my neighbors. So if it's being scared of everything, then I'm scared of who's going to move into the duplex next to me. I'm scared of who's going to come from back behind on East 35th that now there's nobody that lives on it. Who's going to be back there in their tents? You know, I believe there's been people that brought up panhandling. I've never seen a lot of panhandling. The most panhandling I ever see is the boys and girls in the baseball and softball teams that stand on the corner of Euclid and Hubble and ask for money. I don't see panhandlers out asking for money in my neighborhood. As for the teenagers that they're worried about, the facility has curfews. Evidently, the teenagers that are roaming our neighborhoods now don't come from homes with curfews. You know, we can be afraid of our own shadows, but we have to understand that if we have more apartments come in there, that's more people that we aren't going to know anything about. We have all been in been in the situation or known someone that has needed a little help. Those women just need a little help right now to get back on their feet and take care of their children. And the children are my concern. If you have a mother that is trying her best and will actually go to a facility and get help for herself and her children, that's a pretty good mom. There's a lot of people out there that have really nice homes and have great jobs that don't have time for their children and don't take care of their children. So at least they're making the effort. Property values, I think that's all a scare tactic. As I say, property values have gone down in my area because of duplexes. Property values have gone down in the area because of low-income apartments. Everything can be turned to a negative. I'm hoping that we will not do that. I'm hoping that we will see this as a beautiful facility that is going to bring people into our neighborhood that are going to be good people. We may see the mothers and their children out. I'm sure the children are going to go to school. We've been told that if they are in a public school right now, that that's the school that they'll be bused to. So that doesn't mean that everyone that's living there, all the kids are going to go to Brubaker. It means they're going to go to schools that they were. Thank you very much for your time.
I am Sherry Passwater. I live at 6736 Northwest 4th Street in unincorporated Polk County. I have volunteered at Hope Ministries directly with the women for over 6 years. Chantel, that was here earlier, was one of the clients that I first worked with. I volunteered there more because I saw so much growth in the women, and I wanted to be a part of that. I've never felt unsafe coming and going to Hope. I'm there different times of the day, into the evening, on the weekends. I have never felt unsafe. The protocols they have, the accountability, that keeps everyone safe. The campus is clean, it is neat and appealing. The women work to keep it that way. The women are assigned work duties during the day, and some of that includes working around the campus, planting flowers, cleaning things. I would not hesitate to have Hope Ministries in my neighborhood. I would be happy to have them as a neighbor. The women at Hope are there as a result of bad choices. Some of them are strictly their own bad choices, but many other choices are as a result of or in response to the pain and dysfunction in their lives that are totally out of their control. They have not had the opportunity to learn life skills and coping mechanisms to be strong, independent, and successful citizens. There's an old saying, if you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. If you teach that same man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. Hope is in the business of teaching these women the life skills and coping mechanisms they need to be successful and productive citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Kappelman. I live at 3917 East 40th Street. I have no affiliation whatsoever with Hope Ministries, but I fully embrace their coming into my neighborhood. My house is within 3 blocks of where that facility is going to be. And quite frankly, I would rather have that than anything else because, as is obvious, the property is for sale. Somebody is going to buy that property. I would prefer what I know than what I don't know. One of the things about this is that it's 50% transitional. 50% of these women are going to be in a transitional situation. It's not coming and going. They keep talking about what happens if they get kicked out. Well, as they've already stated, most of these women have been living in the basement of somebody else's house. They've been living in a car. They're most likely going to go back to that. It's not like they're going to wander our neighborhood looking for a handout. I think a lot of this stuff is unfounded fears with no research. Hope Ministries has bent over backwards trying to explain what they're doing, and I think they're doing a very good job of it. I have had experience with Hope Ministries over the years. I visited the facility downtown years ago when it was there. I have visited the new facility down by the zoo. I have been to the Bethel Mission. I have been dropping off stuff at their thrift stores at 2 different locations. I have not found any of their facilities to be in any way scary. They don't threaten me. They don't make me nervous. They're not filthy. They're not people loitering. It's a nice facility. If somebody has a problem with this facility, maybe they should take some time and go and visit the facilities that are already in the city of Des Moines. My family, my wife and I, live here in the neighborhood. My grandchildren will be visiting. I'm not concerned about Hope Ministries being a safety concern for my family. What I do have for a concern is the fact that across the street from me, there has been drug activity for several years. And when I call the Des Moines police and the narcotics, they don't return my calls. So, you know, I don't think we're going to get rid of negative in the neighborhood just by kicking Hope Ministries out. The only way we're going to get the negative out of our neighborhood is if people are willing to call the police and complain, and the police are going to have to actually respond to it. Now, in the case of the drug house, part of that problem was solved because one of the young men eventually had an overdose and died. Well, that's one way to cure it, but it didn't cure the fact that I had one of my neighbors take a homeless person who is also a drug dealer into his house and his backyard. We had to resort to calling planning and zoning to get them out of there because the police didn't want to deal with it, but planning and zoning says you can't have a tent in the backyard. So they came and got rid of them. The drug dealer was also operating out of a garage at another house. We raised an issue about that, and eventually we called planning and zoning, and they came and looked at the house and determined that it was not safe to live in. That got rid of them there, but that didn't get rid of the drug dealers. They're still in my neighborhood. I don't think Hope Ministries is that kind of an environment. As they've stated, they are willing to have a community group, if that's what we want, to address issues once they get up and running there. I think that's a great idea. How many other of the operations that want to be on the east side are going to invite the community to come in and advise them as to how it's affecting the community? Now, I understand that there's a lot of people thinking that this is going to have a lot of loitering, but you know, this is a women and children's shelter. I understand that there's a vast difference between men in homelessness and women in homelessness. There are a lot of men who choose to be homeless, choose to be in that situation because it gives them freedom. That's not what's going on with these women. So again, I think it's unfounded fears.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Melanie Kappelman, and I live at 3917 East 40th Street. And as you heard from my husband, we're just a couple of blocks from Hope. I want to express appreciation for Hope, who came from our public meeting in January, addressed specific concerns that were brought up at that meeting in regards to traffic flow, fencing, and just the basic flow. I will admit, since that property was a school, it has a little pullout that was for the buses when Douglas School was operating. It seemed, when it was announced, a little silly to me to not be able to utilize what exists in the street, but I appreciate the fact that they addressed those concerns. I am for this. I believe that it's going to be very positive in the neighborhood. We are going to have a well-maintained property. Women and children are going to be helped. I am not concerned in any way, shape, or form that my property values are going to drop because people drive by on Douglas and see the Hope Ministry sign, okay? I have a neighbor who has probably not maintained their home the entire time he has lived there. That is much more concerning regarding my property values than Hope. And just realize that there's so many things that these women are going through. I'm a nursing professor and I work in an accelerated BSN program. Not all of the students who join our program successfully complete our program, and that's for multiple different reasons. Sometimes it's a choice, sometimes it's because they can't do the work. They aren't ready for the work. So no program that I know of is going to have 100% success. And just be aware that Hope is working consistently with the women to help them, to follow up on them, and to ensure their success. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Becky Good. I live at 7112 Palm Drive, Urbandale, Iowa. What is hope? Trust, desire with exceptions, to cherish a desire enthusiastically and patiently. Being a volunteer at Hope for 9 to 11 years, I have seen so much. I've spent a lot of time at the reception desk. When we lost our receptionist, I spent quite a bit of time there, answering the phones, having women with small children come in and asking and requesting a place to stay overnight or a place to stay. How many of you have daughters and granddaughters that could find themselves in a position like some of these women? It's really kind of scary, isn't it? This is Heart Month. These women want to have love. They want to gain respect. They want to give more than just heart for Hope. We need more room. When taking phone calls and having to turn mothers away looking for hope and a place to sleep again, I'm reiterating again because I used to be a school teacher, and you know, if you repeat several times, it usually sinks in. I'm sorry to say there's no room. Kind of like there was no room in the inn for Jesus. So if you have any suggestions for rooms, I'm sure we would take them. For you to have other options to which we give them, there's the United Way, there's Agape, there's Ruth Harbor, all those places, and they have no room. And they look at you, and those little kids, Mommy, where are we going to sleep tonight? Are we going to sleep in the car? Are we going to sleep under the bridge again? You know, it's really heart-wrenching. And I grew up in a home where my father was the sheriff of Boone County, Iowa, and we had to live in the jail because it was an old jail and everything. And talk about if you want to have people that are scary, they are very scary. But I really hope, and use the word hope and the dictionary terminology, for the women to regain respect, dignity, and love, which is shown to them. We are taught to love each other, be spirit friends, and help others get ahead. Forget yourself long enough to lend a hand and at least hope of your heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jaylene Barton. My husband Marvin Barton. We have been volunteering for 25 plus years. Our church is Sheridan Park United Methodist, and 30 some years ago, we went to 10th and Grand and worked with the Old Door of Faith. We love being Matthew 25 volunteers, and him and I both work 3.5 hours every Tuesday in their corporate office. And then also every third, fourth, and sometimes fifth Wednesday of the month, we serve at Bethel Mission. I feel safe at Bethel Mission. All the guys, I walk with a walker sometimes because I've had hip replacement, but they will come out if the surface is bad at the parking lot over at Bethel, they'll come out and help me in, which I love. I think that's wonderful. They all are very mannerly. The kitchen staff, it's all run like clockwork. They serve wonderful meals. Marvin and I have heard testimonies of both men and women, and also at special events and in their mailings, we read their testimonies. They're a great Bible-based organization, and we have toured also the facility over on University, and it's very nice and clean and neat. They, the lady here that's with us tonight, I'm sorry, I can't think of her name. She works at the Women and Children. And I think she does an excellent job, just like Leon's an excellent CEO. But now, my husband and I live on East 36th Street, 2820, and behind us used to be 35th Street, but all the houses have been removed because of flood. But I feel safe in my home. I have never seen anybody over in the woods, to my knowledge. And if I do see somebody on the street when we're in a car, I have blessing bags from my Sheridan Park Church that contain personal care items and a $5 McDonald's coupon, rather than giving any coin or currency out to people. That's not good. So I just feel they need a larger center for adequate comfort and to house as many as the ministry would like to help on a regular basis. I feel sure this location would make the surrounding neighborhoods feel safer, and I think all the past records prove this. Voting day in November on East Sheridan, a couple of my fellow church members, husband and wife, they had a drive-by shooting, 1 o'clock in the morning. And she had to get up early because she works the polls. So they have got a lot of repair to do this spring and summer to their home. And violence can happen anywhere, I think. Just like that Sunday morning over in those apartments on Douglas, east and west of the Quick Trip there off of Hubble, there was a man that was doing a standoff for many hours. And thank God no one got hurt. But we read our newspaper, hear our
Thank
news,
you.
there's trouble everywhere. God bless all of you and thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Grothwell. I live at 3701 Brookridge Court, Unit 108 in Des Moines. It's about a mile and a half east of the proposed location. And I'm here, I don't have any connection with Hope Ministries. I don't volunteer there. My husband and I donate money occasionally, and today I'm feeling a little guilty for not donating more, but I came to support this as a private citizen. I've sat here for over 2 hours. I left my work because I feel so passionately about this and that I can't believe anyone would oppose it. I support this wholeheartedly. I have a painting, I have a picture in my office. It's the Norman Rockwell painting of "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." If you're not familiar with it, bring it up on your internet. It's about all these people living together, caring for each other. That's my philosophy. I also attend a church that's 2 miles, almost a mile and a half west of this location. I've already talked with my pastor about talking to people, hoping we can volunteer at this site. So I'm here. I think homelessness is such a threat to our society. We are all one paycheck or one medical emergency away from it. Homelessness is not a crime. It happens to anyone, and it has nothing to do with your morality. It may be some poor choices, but sometimes things happen. We have the wrong job, we get laid off. We don't know when it could happen to any of us, but for the grace of God go I. So I thank you for this time, and I want to add my support to this.
Thank you.
My name is Vicki Clayton, and I live 3706 East 38th Street. I can throw a rock at that building. 19 years ago when I moved in that neighborhood, I chose that neighborhood because I didn't want to live in West Des Moines. I wanted to live on the east side where all my other family lived. I chose that neighborhood because it was a beautiful neighborhood, no problems. Even now, I can go on vacation, come back, everything is there just like I left it. The other day I was riding around looking at that building and saying what a shame that the Des Moines schools did not keep it, because we really need it right now. I understand that there's people that needs a home. I worked hard all my life, so working 3-4 jobs. I left my job now so I can have a nice home for my child and live in a nice neighborhood. I know people who are homeless. I know a lot of kids nowadays. I'm a substitute teacher for the Des Moines school system. There's a lot of kids that needs a lot of things. But I don't know why you gotta come in my neighborhood that I've been living there for 19 years. And I was planning on retiring in that neighborhood, not having to sell my house. And don't tell me it ain't gonna depreciate, because it is. I know better. So I'm not for it. But if you put it there, I'm gonna have to be for it. I'm just gonna have to get more video cameras. It ain't funny, it's the truth. And I would like to say, I'm glad to see the city council other than on a pamphlet, because I have never been down here. Thank you.
Hate to disappoint you, but we are the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Huh?
But we're glad you came.
I know you, Jackie.
I know you do.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lynn Dunkerson. I live at 3700 Belmar Drive, just 3 houses down from where the proposed shelter will be located. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm employed as an ICU nurse, and at work I see the worst in humanity. I see gunshot victims, stabbings, drunk driving, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, violence, and severe mental illness. There's been a lot of talk on this issue about fears. Some are calling the fears of our community unwarranted. I, however, see them as protective. In my world, when something doesn't sit well with me at work, my patient is likely to code or become a threat to themselves or someone else. I have learned to trust my instincts. The same is true with motherhood. I have learned to trust my gut when my children are not acting right. Why would I be told not to trust my gut when it comes to a homeless shelter moving in down the street from me? Since finding out about the proposed shelter the week before Christmas, I have done my research. I have spoken with Hope Ministries CEO, toured the facility, spoken with the programs director. I have called the pastor of Experience Church. I've had numerous conversations with the community development department as well as those on city council. On January 6th, I attended a neighborhood meeting where Hope Ministries gave their proposal. Through my research, I discovered that Hope Ministries had had the better part of a year to create their proposal for the land, building, programming, security, etc. My neighbors had had 3 weeks at most. Some significantly less if they didn't live in the 250-foot radius and were not tied into social media. At the proposal, it became very evident that despite the 39 years of combined experience between Leon Negan and Elizabeth Sprague, they could not give us straightforward answers for what the shelter would look like in our neighborhood and how it would be operated. The biggest example of this is that the facility would have 3 times the occupancy as the current East University location. This location would house teenage boys up until the age of 18, unlike the current location. We were told that individuals testing positive for substance would be turned out to the street at night, and in the written packet my household received, this was affectionately termed a leave of reflection. Women are encouraged to have a backup plan for where they stay. I find this perplexing. I would think that staying in a shelter was the backup plan. There were no plans for on-site security guards surveying the parking lot, land, and entrances. The current plan is for cameras and alarms, as quoted from the handout I left the meeting with. The packet I was sent in the mail outlined security as a tattletale system of self-monitoring, as well as the aforementioned cameras and alarms. The 3800 East Douglas property is over 5 acres. I hardly think that encouraging individuals to tell on each other will be adequate. On the phone, in person, and on the website, they do not hide the fact that the shelter residents would likely have a history of alcohol and drug abuse, previous domestic violence, recent incarceration, and mental health issues. Thus, I feel like my family's safety is being compromised by the proposed rezoning. My second major issue is the threat this poses to our personal finances. My family, like many of the folks here tonight, we're not independently wealthy. We don't go to work for fun. I would much rather stay at home with my children full-time. Our house is our largest asset, and we have invested heavily into the beautification and functionality of it. If the shelter moves in, houses in the Sheridan Gardens area, especially those nearby the 3800 East Douglas, will appreciate at a slower rate than they currently are pre-homeless shelter, and that is if you can find a buyer. All of the work and the money that we put into our house will have been lost. We would have been better off renting. A lot of misinformation has been spreading around to our neighborhood. Some of it has been from the pastor of the church. I've printed a statement that he made on social media, not referring to this as a homeless shelter, but saying that it was for battered women, which is inaccurate. In the time since this last continuance was granted, I went ahead and reached out to Hope Ministries with some questions. I printed my correspondence for everyone's review and so that it's time-stamped. I sent it last Monday. By last Friday, I went ahead and reached back out. I was told that they would not be answering my questions, that they would answer city officials' questions. When I talked with Eric Lundy about this, he said to go ahead and bring copies for everyone so that it could go into the record. And then I went ahead and reminded Christopher Pose that at the last hearing, he promised that he would answer everyone's questions. I sent him the video clip from the last hearing. I have also attached a news story which goes along with some of the questions that I asked, just to go ahead and substantiate things. And then as far as one of my questions was reaching out to the Des Moines police. They've been dishonest with how many police calls they've had.
Thank you.
I have.
Pass this stuff down.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just go ahead and put that right there.
Could you?
Is that part of our information? Yeah, we have it. We have it.
I will. Yep. You want it passed around to?
Just hand it to the first commissioner.
They already have it.
Okay.
Everyone has a copy of each of it.
Okay,
I-
I'll take a copy.
Here you go.
Is that your statement or your neighbor's statement?
Nope, I'm gonna read Bob's now.
She has it.
I would like to hear more than 5 minutes. Can she have my 5 minutes?
No. Well, we don't transfer 5 minutes, but it's okay. Legal says it's okay. Go ahead.
I do want to just clarify, she has a neighbor? Is that-
I have a-
Legal
yes.
statement that she's going to email to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
That she's going to read into the record.
I have a neighbor that had a family emergency and he was unable to show up tonight. So I will go ahead and read his statement. And again, I appreciate you guys hearing me out tonight.
And could you also read his name and address?
I will,
too, for the
yes,
record?
yes, thank you, Jackie. This is from Bob Pinnegar. He's at 3613 East 38th Court, Des Moines. He's just one street over from me. And this is his statement. My name is Bob Pinnegar. Sarah Lynn Dunkerson is reading this statement on my behalf. Because of my work schedule, I'm not able to attend these meetings or to voice my opposition against Hope Ministries turning the location at 3800 Douglas into a women's shelter. I live 5 houses from the proposed location of the women's shelter that Hope Ministries wants to put at 3800 Douglas and within viewing distance of their front area. I attended the January 6th meeting at Experience Church to hear their proposal. 2 main concerns that I have that were not addressed are property values and resale value of the neighborhood going down, crime rate and loitering, drugs and traffic increased in the neighborhood. I have also read their 12-page proposal for safety and their programs, and they will be implementing at this location. The security cameras, the 24-hour staffing, the security checks, and the drug testing is great for inside their location. But even as Hope Ministries has stated, they cannot control what happens outside their doors. They cannot control the loitering that will come with the increased population in the neighborhood. They cannot control the people that will follow these women to the shelter or that prey on women and children in their particular situation. They cannot control what these women will do when they are turned away from the shelter. They cannot control where they will go if they are turned away for testing positive for drugs or any other security reasons. They cannot control what women, children, or their guests will do outside the doors of the shelter. Whatever happens outside the doors of this proposed women's shelter will be happening in the backyard of this neighborhood and will spill over into the neighborhood. We do not want this. I have also pulled some crime statistics using crimemapping.com, which is a link from Des Moines City's homepage through their police department, using a 5-block area of the proposed location at 3800 Douglas, and also the location of Hope Ministries' current homeless shelters. These numbers are from August 1st, 2019 to January 1st, 2020. 3800 East Douglas, 3 assaults or domestic abuse, 8 burglaries or robberies, 3333 East University. This is the women's shelter they want to move to this location. 15 assaults or domestic abuse, 9 burglaries or robberies. 6701 Southwest 9th Street, 20 assaults or domestic abuse, 33 burglaries or robberies. 1310 6th Avenue, 35 assaults or domestic abuse, 7 burglaries or robberies, 1 gun crime. In conclusion, Hope Ministries can only control what happens inside their location. They cannot control the actions of the people that the shelter will bring to our neighborhood. While they are outside their doors, they cannot control the loitering that comes onto the corners of the neighborhood. They cannot control the extra traffic in the neighborhood. They cannot control the stigma that the homeless shelter will bring to this neighborhood. This is not fear-mongering. This is facts. This is facts. The homeless shelters does not increase all types of violence in a neighborhood. It will also lower the resale value of homes in the particular neighborhood. We are asking you to please deny Hope Ministries location at 3800 Douglas. Thank you for your time and consideration. And again, that was Bob Pinnegar's statement. Thank
So do you
for
need a
your time.
copy of this?
I'm gonna email.
Okay, they'll email it to you.
Hello, my name is Eric Dunkerson. I live in the Sheridan Gardens, and my house is within the 250 feet of the proposed rezoning. And along with my wife, I am against this. A concern I do have is, like a lot that are opposed, is why this side of our town, why my neighborhood. I have seen and heard of space, industrial space, where larger warehouses could probably be utilized more appropriately to house more of the women and children. And having that additional green space, equipment, and bus routes could be added to it, not within a residential neighborhood. I attended the meeting as well on January 6th, and I did hear Hope Ministries' proposal for the shelter, but I did leave there with more questions. The why our neighborhood again was one of the main ones. I heard the CEO talking about the multi-million-dollar renovations and monumentous fundraising, and I wasn't really impressed. I thought, well, build it where your wealthy donors might live, or is the plan to make our side of town to contribute your organization with our property values? For my household, we could lose as much as 20 grand going off of the average 12% drop of property values for homes near shelters. And I did hand that out. This is data from Realtor.com, and I think it was mentioned earlier, the 12% as well. And these were neighborhood features that drag down your home value, and 12.7% there. The average income in Sheridan Gardens is about $57,000. Most of us do commute to get to work. I personally commute to Jordan Creek, and another reason why I think it would make more sense to put a homeless shelter in more of an area where people could be helped with employment and services locally, while not hurting the local residents. I checked with my own homeowner's insurance company to find out if my coverage might be affected, premiums go up, if a homeless shelter specifically would move near me. I was told my rates could go up, and it would depend on if the crime rates in that area. They jumped to that conclusion, not me. And it would depend on the zip code. If a criminal act happens on my property, I'm the one who is liable, not Hope Ministries. It's my insurance, my deductible, my repair. My main concern is protecting my wife and daughters. I have checked the sex offender registry website, and again, that was part of the handout I gave you. That is just the map of the 1 mile radius, and it shows the Hope Ministries current shelter and Experience Church. And when I looked at those, I was pretty shocked living within that radius there. Experience Church has 15. The East University location has 28 registered sex offenders living within a mile. Experience Church has 15. Plus, there are nearly 4,000 more residents within the mile per the 2017 census tract. When you do the math, the current shelter has 1 registered sex offender per 240 residents living within a mile radius. Experience Church has 1 registered sex offender per 700 residents. I can't definitively say why one location has 3 times the amount of sex offenders. However, I do see a shelter entering our neighborhood would again drastically alter the social fabric of the community. When individuals are turned out after curfew for not abiding by the rules, I can't help think it would attract the wrong kind of neighbor. Back in 2016, our family was growing and we were shopping for homes. We decided to purchase a house down the street from a church. If there was going to be the marked homeless shelter 3 doors away from us now, we would have definitely moved on. Living in Ankeny and hearing about the East Side all my life, it already has sort of a stigma to it. I think we all know that. And so I don't know why it has to be added for more too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Brandy Goslin. I'm for the building.
Do you mind stating your address, Brandy?
My address is 1920 East 41st Street, in the same neighborhood as the building that's proposed. I want to do a little background on me first. My mother and my brother and I, when I was 4 years old, became homeless. For 2 years, we lived in and out of the back end of our pickup truck with a camper. And it wasn't from drug addicts, and it wasn't from alcoholism, it wasn't from theft, it wasn't from gambling, simply the fact of divorce. We lost everything. And we didn't have the support that Hope Ministries offers. It wasn't available to us then. And I know that if something like that was available to us when I was younger, I would have had a much different childhood. I now volunteer my time with Hope Ministries, and I have for the past 8 to 10 years, kind of lost track. But it's important to me because I know it affects the children and it affects the mothers and everybody involved, and I want to help them in a way that I didn't get the help. I live in the same neighborhood as this building that's coming up, and I'm honored to be there. In fact, my husband and I are looking to get a bigger house, and we'd like to have it in the same neighborhood. I've been with this Hope Ministries for a long time. When I show up, everybody greets me with a smile, everybody's happy, I feel completely safe. I know these women, I've been there from the moment they get into the program to their graduation and beyond. I see their smiles of accomplishment, and I did this, and I've helped my family, and I got a job, I'm getting married. I've seen all of this stuff over the years, and I really want to see it help more families, and especially more children in the way I didn't. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Let's try to put this up here and stick to my notes. Okay. My name is Crystal Loving. I live at 3848 East Douglas Avenue, which is this property right here. So we will be directly adjacent to the proposed change with the move-in of Hope Ministries if that happens. We have lived in that property since September of 2008. My husband grew up in the neighborhood about a mile away, and I grew up on the east side as well, but closer to East High School. We lived there with 2 elementary age kids. When we moved in, it was vacant. The school was selling or had sold it, and then the church moved in. We, like many others in this room, also attended the meeting on January 6th that was Experience Church. We had heard rumors through the neighborhood for more than a year that this was a proposed change that was coming, and we did our best to search for information as we could through Hope Ministries or through the church next door. What I will say is that I do understand the concern of my neighbors that they have and their expression. My husband and I have had lengthy discussions about them as well. I was very disheartened at that meeting by many of the assumptions and negative comments from the community, that people in need may sometimes be desperate, but that does not make them criminals, that does not make them drug addicts. It just means they need help sometimes. And so I think particularly women and children need help to grow, to rebound, and contribute to society. I would also like to say that at that meeting, I was quoted the next day in the Des Moines Register of having volunteered at Hope Ministries for a number of years and feeling safe with the homeless. Neither of those comments were mine. I was misquoted in the paper. Big surprise for some, right? I have actually never volunteered for Hope Ministries. I am a member of the First Unitarian Church and have had experiences with Family Promise, which brings in families. There's a definite need in the city for that. And then I've worked and served meals down at the men's home shelter that's in downtown Des Moines, but I have no affiliation at all with Hope Ministries. I have met with them since the meeting on January 6th, but prior to that I had not. So what I really think is the city of Des Moines, as being a lifelong resident, does have an affordable housing problem, and we have an urban blight problem. And those are the two actual things that are contributing, I think, to a big portion of number of homeless people that we might have or experience homelessness because they can't afford a place to live. And I think urban blight in my own neighborhood, this house that's directly next door, the individuals just recently lost that house to foreclosure, and it's been bought by somebody who plans to maybe flip the house. So it's really blight that concerns me most with my property value, not necessarily the potential of the shelter moving in next door. I would say that that there are concerns, and I think again with the living in Des Moines, that we've had a large number of apartments that have popped up in the neighborhood. And we get messages and frustrations as neighbors confused. And we are frustrated by the need for resources, and that the city of Des Moines has made decisions to put people with needs at the fringes of the city, and it taxes our neighborhoods, and we see that happening. And so for us, some of us, this is just another sort of piece of that leads to our frustrations. So my husband and I, we support the change in zoning and the potential sell to Hope Ministries for the proposed center. However, we do have some items that we would like considered for the plans and incorporated, and some of these were alluded to in the opening parts of this. First, some sort of lighted easements from the apartments north of East Douglas. So this is an apartment complex right here. And a number of people will come out of this opening right over here on the fence and walk down here to get to East Douglas Avenue. A number of them appear, and some that we've interacted with are actually middle schoolers that go to Hoyt Middle School. They just need a safe passage to get to East Douglas or either up to East 42nd so that they can go down to school. And so we have talked to Hope Ministries. We met with them after the meeting. They were kind enough to meet with us so we could express our concerns. So what will be the safe passage for individuals cutting through there? They alluded to an opening here and here. I just want to make sure what that is, what it's going to look like, particularly because we are here. And I heard mention of fence changes in the opening that we were not clear on either. So that's a really important thing for us, is what is this fence line going to look like, what people are going to be walking by there. Where will people smoke and loiter? Right now, as you can even see from this picture, this is the primary site of traffic. It's very loud. We get lots of people here. This is an open fence between our properties. Are individuals where are they gonna smoke and loiter? Is there gonna be a smoking hut somewhere? Can that go somewhere to this west or other side or towards Hubble Avenue to limit the amount of individuals that are on that side? Can foot traffic be directed to Hubble and or closer to this old East 38th? This road no longer exists. The new gas station or convenience store will sit here. Can individuals be pushed out that way? We would like to understand client intake, some consideration for the displacement of community activities that happen on this property, and we would like clarity on the fencing and just more clarity on the client, particularly the male children that might be clients of them, and this difference between ages of 18 or 13-year-olds that might be at the facility. We'd like clarity there. So since my time is up, I will yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's a senator.
Hi, my name is Mardell Morris. I live at 3906 4th Street. I am a Matthew 25 volunteer, and I have volunteered at Bethel for 8 years, and I have just recently moved out to the Women and Children's Shelter. I am an elderly person, and I do not feel threatened going out there or coming because the women are so friendly. And it's just like Bethel. I do not feel threatened down there either. I am for this, and it is needed because of the number of calls of women that are looking for shelter that we can't facilitate for. And that's about all I have to say, is I really do think we need this. Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, people on this side of the room, you can start lining up now if you'd like to speak. Feel free.
Hi, I speak in favor. I am Bob Aubrey. I live at 3429 Belmar, just a block down from the Experience Church. I and two of my nearby neighbors have been burgled in the past 2 years, and it was not because of a homeless shelter. When we had the government shutdown last year, I was appalled at the percentage of government employees that did not have $400 in savings to help them through a rough time. And it made me aware of just how many people in our culture are vulnerable to homelessness. It doesn't take much for many of our people. And finally, to reiterate something that was said earlier, the moral fiber of any nation, any city, any neighborhood can be measured in terms of how it treats its most vulnerable. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Kelly, and I live at 4102 Northeast 44th Drive. It's about a mile away from the location. Sorry, I don't like speaking in public. First, I want to thank you for letting us speak. There are a lot of people here. Thank everybody for coming, and thank you for staying awake. I want to say that I am very much in favor of a homeless shelter, especially for women and children, and especially the size of the shelter, but I am not in favor of this particular location. When we first moved to Des Moines, we lived in the Highland Park area of Des Moines, very close to the Park Fair Mall. So if you know where that is, it's very commercial, residential. When we moved there, we knew what we were getting into, and I loved living there. I walked regularly to Fairway with all my children. We walked to the East Side Library, or the North Side Library regularly. We walked to parks. We walked because it was cheaper, and I liked living in a busy neighborhood. If this homeless shelter were moving in there, I think that would be a great location because the people who live there already have a commercial mindset. They know what's there when they move in. Like they admitted earlier, they can't compare house prices because none of the other shelters are in a residential area except for the one that is duplexes. I'm not sure, I don't understand all that, but okay, back to my letter. I should just stick to it. I don't believe this is a good option because the building, while it may be a perfect fit, and I think that's why they love it, because it is really a perfect fit, the location is not. The location is truly a residential neighborhood where kids walk to school, people walk their dogs, and you can see people riding their bikes often. There are not a lot of places within walking distance to experience church. And I know that Hope Ministry says, well, it's right on the bus route. But let's be honest for a second, riding the bus is not a quick experience. It can easily take an hour to get from the east side of Des Moines to Merle Hay Mall. I have a friend who gets around exclusively by bus, and she always plans an hour. Hope Ministries, at the January 6th meeting, Hope Ministries played down the neighbors' concern about safety. This is disturbing to me. In the last 2 years, we have helped somebody who used to live at one of the men's shelters transition back into society. Normalcy, life, apartment, everything. He hated living at the shelter. He didn't feel safe. He didn't feel safe in the shelter or out of the shelter. There was bullying. There was lots of incidents that happened outside of the shelter. And if you don't believe me, just listen to the scanner squad or the scanner and you will hear it. If you are going to go against the overwhelming neighborhood opposition to this, I would suggest that you redirect the driveway from East 38th onto Hubble. Somebody has since informed me that this is not a plan that can happen because of the Plan Des Moines or whatever it is, and I think that's a mistake. I think if you redirect the traffic out to Hubble, that may or may not appease people, but I would never approve it with that driveway going into onto East 38th. And I know it's not politically correct to vote down a homeless shelter that serves women and children, but I think the residents that live directly by this shelter have expressed their concern and their opposition to it, and it would be nice for once to have somebody truly represent the neighborhood instead of just saying that's what it is. And a little bit about the fear thing. I grew up in a prison town, so the crime doesn't bother me. That's not my issue. My issue is I just don't think this is the right location to serve those women and to serve the neighborhood. And I don't know how much time do I have left?
30 seconds.
Okay, well, I was gonna tell you the crime statistics, but I don't have enough time. But just let me say, 2019, 18 calls, 2018, 14 calls, 2017, 8 calls, 2016, 11 calls, 2015, 17 calls, 2014, 24 calls, 2013, 19 calls. And this is all to the 333 East University. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Penny Murphy. I live at 2001 47th Street in Des Moines, and I am for the project. I have volunteered at the Hope Center for Women and Children since March of 2016. My main job is to answer the phone and the door. I do various other projects as needed. I've always felt safe and secure both physically on the property and from the clients who are there. I've always been welcomed and respected, and I see that applied to everyone who comes in, whether they're a visitor or the client. One of the hardest things I have to do as part of my job there is to tell a woman who's called desperately wanting to improve her life that we have no room, and I do this frequently. It has been rewarding to see the women who live there grow more confident in a secure, accepting climate. I'm going to quote from Tony Kennedy. He's an addiction counselor in Vancouver. This was in an article in Guidepost magazine, December, January 2020. People need recovery capital, decent housing, job prospects, a community that supports recovery, and practical life skills. I'm going to repeat that. People need recovery capital, decent housing, jobs prospects, a community that supports recovery, and practical life skills. This is what I see offered daily at the Hope Center for Women and Children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Bernard. I live at 3531 Belmar Drive. I'm exactly 7 houses from the driveway of the church. I am simply just going to say I oppose it. I am not for it. I do have compassion. They do need a place. I will never, ever say that homeless don't need a place. I'm just not sure a residential area is a place for it. I also represent, on the petitions that we've taken around, 64 names, and you guys have copies of that, but I do want to state that 16 of those 64 live directly in that Belmar block. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Cleon Babcock, 3706 East 38th Court, 2 houses south. I see that there are 2 issues. One, should Hope Ministries have a home? Yes, by all means. But should it be in our neighborhood? No. Now, I don't know if I can get through this, because at 4.5, I was given up by my mother. It was the best thing that ever happened in my life. At 4.5, I can swear like no man I've ever heard. And I didn't know I was swearing. I thought, Lord, with sugar on it was something good to eat. My father beat us every day and then abandoned us. We were living in an old dilapidated boxcar off of its running gear. And my mother gave the two youngest of us up for adoption because there was no welfare, no hope. And that was the best thing that happened in my life because I got a wonderful family and made a lot out of my life because I didn't stay in that environment. Now, my mother, natural mother, was a wild woman. But at 48, she turned her life around. But that would have been too late for me. So we need Hope Ministries. But I just don't think we need it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Scott Markin. I live at 2109 East 28th Street. I live in the Accent neighborhood, which is adjacent to Sheridan Gardens. And I am for this, and I'm also for compassion. We can't look at this as being something bad. This has to have a place, and in our neighborhood is just fine. They've proven their point for years and years in this town that they are run well, they are compassionate. They're not going to run a bad place. If I could move next door and take some of these people's concerns about their property values, I would. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I chose the east side. I've lived in Des Moines for 27 years. I had my choice of where I wanted to live in this town. I chose the east side for the reason that it's affordable, it's compassionate, and the people that live there want to be there. We have choices. This is one of them. I hope you'll pass this on to the city council, and I hope the city council will have the same compassion that I hope you guys will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys were all excited when he was the only one left and I jumped up. My name is Charles Cole.
Behind you. Yeah, there's somebody else.
Good job. Heavy hitters on the end. My name is Charles Cole. I pastor Experience Church. I live approximately a mile away in Brook Run subdivision and 3513 Village Run Drive. I want to say first one thing that a pastor really only has two things, integrity and character. And so since my name was brought up, I just want to bring some clarity to what was said, because it was said that I said it wasn't going to be homeless shelter and it was just going to be for battered women. Wording is so very important in context. So if you look at the wording, I said this will not be, and I quoted, a homeless shelter as it's been portrayed. Because the way it was being portrayed was people would come in and if they had a bed, they could be there. If not, they'd have to be outside, and it was just going to be this recycle thing. And that's what I was talking about. It was not going to be a homeless shelter as it had been portrayed, because Hope Ministries has an amazing amount of requirements to get into the program and then to stay in the program. And then later on, when I did say something about battering, I want you to read the entire thing in its context, because that's important. I said that it would be who have been battered and went through other issues. So I wasn't just saying that it was for battered women, other issues, that's all been mentioned. Battered is huge on sometimes the reason why women are homeless, because they stand up for themselves and they leave. But it's also drug addiction and loss of job and living with parents, things like that. I want to conclude with this. when our church put our property up for sale, our people were praying that God would allow our property to go to someone that would continue a similar work. We had a number of organizations, and I don't know who all they were because that's not your place when you're the seller, come through our property and look. But Hope Ministries came through once, came through twice, I think came through possibly 4 times. And when our people voted on selling it, our people were unanimous because they were excited about an organization to come and continue a work on a property that was being vandalized, that was in disrepair, that we rescued in this neighborhood from the Des Moines Public Schools. We wanted, our whole agenda was to be a good church to the neighborhood. It's the reason why Sheridan Gardens meets there for free. Brook Run Neighborhood Association meets there for free. Narcotics Anonymous already meets there twice a week for free. Boy Scouts meets there. Girl Scouts used to meet there. T-ball teams, tons of stuff. I say all that to say this. We would have never wanted just to sell to make money. And when Hope said that, and they came up with a thing, we lowered our price because of Hope Ministries. Now, if this doesn't go through, most likely our property will go back up for sale. And I know that some people are probably interested in for multifamily living. I don't think that would be good, but I believe in Hope Ministries. I believe what it is, and we're excited that we have rescued a property to allow it to continue to not just affect a bottom line, but affect lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Thomas. I'm at 3624 East 43rd Court. I am for Hope Ministries coming in. I am on staff at Berean Church as one of the pastors there on East University, so we are literally very close to the 3333 location. We have a lot of the women from the women's shelter that come to our church, and I know there's been issues that have been arised as far as any men going to be on this property. Ourselves, we actually have about 40 to 50 men from the Door of Faith that attend our church on Wednesday nights. Every one of them are the most nicest, cordial, respectful, honorable men that I have met. And I have been to Door of Faith. I have been to Bethel Mission. I've done for about 5 years. Every Tuesday evening, have gone and spoken at Bethel Mission. And I tell you, even the location, the cleanliness, the honorable people that are there, that work there, it's far more than I've ever experienced in any other kind of shelter. I grew up in inner city Chicago. I lived there for 30 years of my life and involved with inner city church planning and inner city kids camps. And so we understand. I understand what the concerns are. But I tell you, I have 5 children. We just adopted our little one. And we live about 9 blocks away from the church. We have absolutely no concern for this ministry to come in. I don't let my kids go around the block now. On Hull Avenue, which is about 4 blocks away from us, there was a shooting a couple years ago and a guy died. And then actually he killed his wife and his child and himself. And so there's always crime. There's always things that are happening in our neighborhood. I honestly think them coming in is actually going to improve our neighborhood by getting rid of crime, by getting rid of some of the issues that we're dealing with. And I tell you, I know my wife and I and my 5 children, ages 16 and under, we will be there to support. We will be there to volunteer. My girls, 16 and 13, they love to babysit. They love to be around children. They're going to be there to help with the mothers. We understand this, and we are very much excited for this. If it does happen, we hold in high regard Hope Ministries and the involvement that they have been to the Des Moines area. I would love to hear the statistics of the life-changing experience and of what Hope Ministries have done over the years. Thank you all so much for being here. I know it's getting late, and just your time and listening to all of us. And again, once again, I know some of our neighbors are not in favor, and I kind of agree with them to know that it's not that they are against a shelter. I don't think most of them are not against a shelter. and moving it to another location. I understand that. But I really believe that this location is a perfect place to make a light shine in our community. I believe our community right now is dark, and I think this would help lighten it up. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
My name is Beverly Wagoner. I live not blocks away, but I live 3 houses from the church. And I have lived there for 53 years, 53 and a half, and I've never been afraid. I've never feared for my life. I've never feared for anything. It's been a safe neighborhood. Even one night, I hate to tell you this, but I left my keys in the back door. My daughter came the next morning. She says, "What's the keys here for?" I said, "Well, I forgot last night to take them out of the door," which is not a good thing anywhere. But anyway, I do feel like I live in a safe neighborhood, but I don't think, and I am a supporter of Hope Ministries, but I don't think they need to be in our residential area. I don't want to live 3 houses from a homeless shelter. Do you? That puts a fear in me because I've never experienced fear before, and it does. So I ask you not to rezone. Leave us alone. We're a good neighborhood, and I want to feel safe like I always have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Well, my name is Joan Field, and I live at 2900 East 38th Street. And I had some papers prepared, but I'm just going to save you. I do oppose. I oppose because this is our neighborhood. It's our neighborhood. And most of us never moved there or wouldn't have moved there if we had known we were going to be right there by a homeless shelter. We love it that Hope does a lot of good works, but we just do not feel like it's right for our community. And I have to say this, someone mentioned the buses. You know, there's no shops there. There's nothing there. You have to go a long ways to go shopping, to the groceries. The only thing that's really there right now is a bus. And I don't know if you've ever taken the bus, but I've actually taken it when I worked downtown. I was working as a temp and I couldn't afford the parking, so I took the bus. By the time I would take the bus from where I live down there, it was almost an hour. So these people that are going to be looking for jobs, or if they take a bus, there's no jobs anywhere around. It's a long ways. You'd have to go to Altoona or downtown, or I don't know, out. But there's just nothing there now. All they're doing is setting these people up for sitting on the corner waiting for a bus or being in the bus. It's the same way with the children. They have to get on the bus. They have to wait at the bus stop. They ride the bus to their destination, which might be Lincoln High School. You have to take all those things in consideration for those people that are going to be there too. Well, blah, blah. Anyway, sorry. I should have brought my notes up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Can you say?
My name is Courtney Sevenbergen. I oppose this.
Address, please.
3700 East 38th Court, just 3 houses down from the church. I'm not going to say anything that you haven't already heard. Just trying for 8 long years to become a mother. I know Hope Ministries, you're trying to protect your people, but I am trying to protect my kid too. So,
thank you.
Hello, my name is Brad Lovell. I live at 3413 East 43rd Street. I've lived in that corner of Des Moines my entire life. I grew up on Belmar Drive. Bev is my aunt, and Mr. Babcock, your son Jeff, is a friend of mine. They are original neighbors in that neighborhood. They bought their houses new. I've seen that neighborhood when it was thriving, when the school was open. We had 2 grocery stores within walking distance of that school that are gone. From East 38th Street to East 43rd or East 42nd, that 4 blocks, there's 35 apartment buildings, huge, where they're serving the low-income people. And I just think there would be a better place. We have a mall on the south side of Des Moines that is sitting there empty. There's shopping, there's food, there's clothing, there's employment opportunities, there's buses, but it's probably expensive. And that's probably why they don't look at it. They're probably getting a good deal from the church to purchase this building. The church purchased this building from the Des Moines Public Schools for less money than what our houses sell for. They got it cheap, and I'm sure they're going to sell it cheap. And I think everybody in this room would agree that Hope Ministries does good work. They help a lot of people. I just think that they could find a different place to put it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. I'll make this brief. My name is Tim Moline, and I've been a member of the Board of Directors at Hope Ministries since 1989. So for the last 31 years, I've been an active member. I can tell you that we respect planning and zoning because you've helped us. In 1988, we built Bethel Mission. And since that time, we've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in maintaining that building for the community. In 2001, we built the Door of Faith over by the zoo, and planning and zoning came in, and we had the same opposition. The neighbors were afraid. But today, I think you could go back and ask those neighbors, and they respect the fact that where we are, we've done really a lot of good work and have been good neighbors to them. What we want to do is invest in this building millions of dollars to replace the windows, to make this an attractive building and to increase values in the neighborhood. We're not interested in devaluing, and I can tell you about the integrity of the board of directors. We pray before every meeting. We pray at the end of the meetings. We ask God for guidance. We're not coming in here to do anything to the neighborhood except to help those people in Des Moines. And for years and years, we've done things. I know in the flood of 1993, the homeless men at Bethel, the homeless men at the Door of Faith sandbagged, back-breaking work for many, many hours for free, donated to help the community. George Holloway opened up soup lines when we were suffering economic depression in about the early 1980s. The Door of Faith was there with soup lines. We were open every day to help people. And so we want to help women, we want to help children. We think we've been really good neighbors to the city of Des Moines. And we ask for one more time for the Planning and Zoning Commission to look at our request and to help us continue with what our ministry is all about, because the need is there. We don't have a sign in front of 3333 University. I would venture a guess 100% of the people that pass our family center have no idea that the center is there. We're not looking for recognition. We're looking to help people. And we just ask for your support in doing that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chairman, it's not...
Excuse me, there is a gentleman.
It's about, I would like to have you move the American flag where it belongs.
All right, that's out of my purview, sir, but I will be happy to discuss that with the city staff. Okay?
Thumb your nose at the veterans of the United States of America for not honoring the flag.
I think the city staff has noted that concern. Thank you.
Just a short, brief one, because I know it's probably past most of your bedtimes, mine included. Kevin Bernard, 3531 Belmar, 7 doors down from straight down the Belmar. Couple concerns that I have, and we've had, not only is property value, but other concerns. When they restructured the Hubble corridor, and they did all this extra thing in here, they put 3 stop signs over there on the southwest corner of the facility, the church. That has already become a terrific roadblock. Future plans to widen the road and restructure the road to Briarwood from 42nd out is going to only, and do nothing between 42nd and 38, is only going to do nothing but compress more traffic in there. You have kids, as they stated, they'll have kids. The buses are stopping out there. If you walked around that corner and looked at the dart, in less than a football field, you will see a minimum of 6 different bus stops. Constant. Come up the hill, you got to stop for the bus to get around the corner. Crash. Same thing going the other way. Every time you turn, you've got buses there. Now we're gonna stop the bus that much longer. Second thing, when you're looking at this, you know, there's property taxes, property values, assessments, that all goes down. There is also, as you can look it up, and you can probably see the people that were in this room, there's a lot of elderly people that are living in the area currently. As with any neighborhood, that turns over. Can you turn those houses over? Do those houses sit vacant? Do you lose your property taxes? Do you lose everything because you have something there that is not appealing to the people wanting to move in? I, myself, don't get me wrong, I'm for Hope Ministry. I dedicate time to different things, not necessarily at Hope Ministry, but other things through my church, different things like that. I'm in favor of it. One of the things at the meeting, I was one of the vocal ones, they didn't come planned at all. They give us a 10,000 foot view. Last week, you asked Christopher if he was, last January 16th on record, you asked him if he'd be willing to meet with us again. Oh no, we've met once. I think they could have saved a lot of headaches had they took the time and effort and re-met with the local Sheridan Garden to address many of the things to take up 2 hours of your time tonight, 2.5 hours of your time tonight, could have been addressed before they walked in the room. They had answers. You know, I would question the property values. The 4%, 6%. Wine Garden happens to be almost a mile away from that location. Never around the 33rd. Secondly, they are going to abandon the facility on 33rd. They have no plans for it. That was strictly from Leon. They don't know what they're going to do. So now you're going to abandon another facility in the city of Des Moines next to the fairgrounds, could become an eyesore. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Jerry Hull, and I live at East 38th and Ovid. I've lived there quite some time. And I think that, and I'm for this, and I think it's going to be a first-class facility. I think it'll bring property values up. We've got a halfway house on the other end of East 38th, down on Easton, was put there. Nobody hardly knew about it, and all of a sudden it's there. Hope Ministries have been very transparent about what they want to do. They didn't try to go behind anybody's back. It's going to be a first-class facility. The young lady that was up here that lives next door, if she's for it, I'm for it. She's got more, I live farther away than she does. She's right next door across the fence. As far as a need for it, I think we all agree there's a need for it. You've got children. You're going to have grandchildren. You're going to have great-grandchildren. Probably everybody out here either has had somebody in that kind of a situation and your family has helped them. Or you've known friends that have got family that needed help, and family helps family. Some people don't have family. Some people need help from somebody else, and that's where Hope Ministry comes in. These women are there wanting help. They want help. They want help for their children. And Hope Ministries can do that. And so, even though I don't live next door, like the young lady that was up here earlier, it can't be bad. It has to be good. And I'm afraid if they don't do it, who's going to move in? We got to get and go. That's going to be rebuilding the spot that they lost because of the Hubble project. What kind of people is going to draw, come in there? You can be afraid of everything. We just have to take things as they come and handle it. We just have to handle stuff as it comes up. If you've got a neighbor that's not doing right, we have to just handle it. We can't be afraid of it. We just got to do what's right. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right, then at this time, we'll allow Hope Ministries representatives to answer some of the concerns or however you wish to address some of these issues.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, hours late. We're here. We'd rather just respond to questions you would have of us. We're here to answer anything that anyone would ask about what our interest is in this property. You've heard a lot of testimony from a lot of people. We think we'll be good caretakers of the property, and we'll do the neighborhood correctly.
Okay, so, I really appreciate everyone voicing their opinion, and it was nice to hear from everyone who wanted to talk. I just made some notes, and I just thought it'd be good if you kind of address some of these. One had to do with, the one woman talked about lights and a safe passage and fence and a smoking area. And then another concern somebody else raised, when they have to exit or leave, when they're not abiding by the rules and they leave, where do they go? That kind of thing. Those were the things I noted. Do other people want to throw some other things out?
I'd like you with the say first and then.
Yeah, Mrs. Loving, in her request, we understood her request would just have a walkway. We didn't get on the same page with the idea, or at least we didn't understand the idea that she wanted it lighted, and we'll continue to talk with her on solving those issues. The same with the smoking hut. We don't have our plan as detailed at this point to deal with that, but we do intend to work with the area, and we will try to satisfy Mrs. Loving's the points that she raised. We did meet with her. The undulation and the fence that we talked about was intended to be the solution to allowing the trafficway through the property, but we'll work to perfect that as we go forward. For your questions on exit, I'd rather have you talk to Leon because he can tell you exactly what happens in their program.
Yeah, so could I hear the program question again, please?
What's that?
Could I hear the program question again, please?
A couple people raised the issue, or maybe that one man about in your handout, when people don't follow the rules,
Thank you.
And they're asked to leave, what happens?
Yes, thank you. So, yes, I heard that a couple of times. I want to be very clear about that. So, first of all, one of the misconceptions that there may be is that, or the questions there may be was, why if this is place of last resort for people, would you dismiss people from that? And the reason that we do that, it is done in recovery centers all across America. It is one of our best practices. If people are allowed to do anything, anytime, any way they want to, we no longer have a recovery center. We just have a flop house, if you will. And so we are very programmatic about everything we do, and there are things that people do where they need to leave for a period of time, maybe 1 day, maybe 3 days, a short period of time, and we do call it a leave of reflection, and it's so they can think about, do they want to move forward with their lives or don't they? Because if they don't, we can't help them, but we cannot make anyone move forward with their lives. But if they do want to move forward, that period of time away from us many, many, many times is used by them to say, oh yeah, I really wasn't serious about a recovery program. I left for a couple of days, and now I am serious. Now, what's more important to the neighborhood is how does that happen? Here's how it happens. It happens very systematically, and I want to be adamant about this. People are not released after curfew into the night to wander the neighborhood. That does not happen. It hasn't happened for 16 years, and it's not going to happen in the future. When people come in an admissions process, we sit down with them from day one, and we put together as part of their case plan, everybody has an assigned case manager, what we call an exit plan. And that exit plan is if something happens and you get dismissed for a day, where are you going to go? Who are you going to call? How are you going to get there? And we assure that that exit plan happens with every individual, so they are not turned out into the community.
And so what about the part about if they loiter, then you call the police?
Help me I'm not sure.
There's a comment that individuals who maybe don't exit as they're supposed to, then your staff calls the police.
Oh, if we were to say to someone, you need to exit, and they would refuse to exit? Is that the question? Thank you very much. So I have to say I'm trying to recall a time when that might have happened. I mean, that's really not how it happens. If in fact it would come to that, yes, the answer would be we would eventually call the police. Yes, we would. Just as in any other situation if a citizen is out of hand or unruly. But that's not what happens at Hope Ministries. When we tell people they need to exit, we sit down, they know why they've had to exit. We've had a discussion about it. We've had a discussion with them about their behavior before it ever gets to an exit. So when that time happens, when that time actually occurs, everybody understands it and the plan for exit happens.
Anyone else? Questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Please. My question is to the architect, if you could answer it for me, please. My understanding of the design as is the original school building, and then this one or two story, I guess it's a two-story building that's shown on our plan here. And then there's a proposed addition to the existing 1960s school, whatever it is. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many beds do you propose to place in the existing school, that is the 1960s plus or minus school?
Based on our preliminary programming, the large two-story block of the existing 1960s building is the long-term program is on the upper floor with the 50 beds there. The lower level is the 50 beds of short-term program. The addition houses intake facilities, administration offices on the ground floor by the entry so that there's control of that. And then the upper level at that area are the classrooms. There's a fitness, classroom, beauty shops, different things for programs to support and teach. And then the far side, the existing chapel, dining area, and those spaces become the support space, dining room, essentially state dining room, chapel, and daycare, and some of the youth programs.
All right, thank you for answering the question.
Any other questions? Sir, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Because we finished the testimony.
I want to ask a question about the sewer systems out there because we're building all these apartments. And I've lived out there since 1970, and the sewer system has never changed.
Okay, so, Jason, have we addressed that in this?
But he's going to have a spot where it drains into, and then it drains into the sewer, but it will never back up into his property. If that sewer ever backs up, it's going to back up to all the houses out there in Sheridan Park. because
What I'd like to offer, Chair, I'll give my name and phone number, and
Yeah.
and then if you can
Thank
call
you.
me, I can get you in touch with our engineering staff. They can talk to you about exactly what's there.
they have never changed the system. I've lived out there 40 years and still the same system.
Okay, thank you, Jason. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Commission, what is your pleasure on this issue?
Sorry.
I'd like to
I
share
have one-
something. No,
I
please
have a
go ahead.
question for staff. The triangular piece immediately to the west, what is that going to be? That piece segment there? They said this was being closed. Was that going to be a convenience gas station?
So part of that's right-of-way. Jason, could you put up the map? So this triangular piece between the church, proposed shelter, and Hubble Avenue.
It's getting you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm. What's that?
The replacement for the get and go.
Okay, get and go replacement. It's not. I mean, it's not part of the subject property, so it's not.
I was just
not a concern.
wondering what else is in the neighborhood.
Oh,
So there
okay.
is commercial
Sorry, I was helping another gentleman. So.
businesses, okay.
All right, commission.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or I guess we're discussing our.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a challenge before me. It's really a problem, and the problem I have with this is the scale. It's a very large facility. I haven't heard anyone say that there's in the city of Des Moines a facility similar to this, of this proposed size in terms of the number of beds. That's a concern for me. It seems as if something that is out there, perhaps it's not been tried. So scale is a problem, for me anyway. And I recognize that this property is an appealing one for many reasons. It looks to me as if Hope has chosen it and decided to make the best facility possible, the biggest facility possible. And that has to do with my problem with scale. Now, if Hope had come and decided to demolish the original school and to use the existing buildings for their facility, I think I could go along with that. But they're not doing that. In my opinion, they're adding on and increasing the scale, which to me seems to be, obviously from what we've heard, a concern for the neighborhood. So, in my opinion, if Hope were willing to come up with a different architectural design, maybe decrease the number of beds, maybe decrease some of the amenities, that would be a compromise that I think I could vote for.
Are you addressing that as a form of a motion you'd like to make, Will?
Pardon?
Are you starting to make a motion with your...
Well, personally, I'd like to hear what other commissioners
Okay.
have to say.
Yeah.
I've got a comment relating to the scale of the property. It's 5.5 acres. It's going to be sold to somebody. We've already said that there's too many multi-family houses, too many apartment buildings. I support the idea. A lot of green space that's going to remain there. If they could consider moving the exit to Hubble, or I think that might make some of the neighbors a little happier. Douglas is going to be, it's always busy in that area.
Jack, did you? You got your paper up ready to go?
I look at it a little differently than Will. I don't think they're substantially changing the structure of the physical plant. What they are doing enhances what is there. So cosmetically, it improves the appearance. And I hear from the other end a concern that I have as well, that if we demolish the school and sell it to a commercial realtor, the whole place will be filled in and there won't be any remaining green space, and the density will be even greater than what you're concerned for here. We have seldom had such a well thought out and discussed agenda item, and it's been enjoyable listening to all of the community members, both sides. It doesn't sound like anybody objects to the mission. It sounds more like they object to the people that are going to be the beneficiaries on the property of the mission, and that concerns me a bit. I could be all wrong. Those are a couple of comments I have. I started this discussion early on with Leon. I'll let some other people carry on.
Well, I think one thing that I'm struggling with is we've heard such mixed messages about property values. And that seems to be the one thing that people, I mean, I would care about that too. It's important. So how do others feel about, I mean, I'm not clear on, you know, we've had different people present different information on property values.
I've lived on the southeast side my whole life. I live in a neighborhood with transitional housing. I manage a business down the street from Hope's Southwest 9th location. I wished Hope owned the transitional housing in my neighborhood because it's the best well-kept place on the Southwest 9th corridor. As for the mission, I personally support it. There was a gentleman that made a comment about Southridge Mall. I live closely to Southridge Mall. Right now there's a lot of conversation about a sobering center being put at Southridge Mall, and I'm very supportive of that idea too. So something like this I'm very supportive of. I was in a meeting this morning with Polk County Health Services, and we all want crime in our neighborhoods to go down. We all want better schools. The problem is that the people that are committing the crimes and have the issues don't have the resources. And all of us as neighbors are concerned about it coming into our backyard. I understand that. I'm supportive of it. That's why I'm supportive of it on the southeast side. You know, with that being said, if there's no more comments, I will move staff. But if there's more comments, go ahead. If nobody wants to make a motion, I'll move staff recommendation.
We can still entertain comments even with your motion on the floor. Anyone else want to comment before we proceed? Go ahead, Jeff.
Again, reminding those in the audience that we're merely an advisory opinion to the City Council, which will be the final decision maker on this zoning request.
Right. Good point. So with that, I will read the staff recommendation. Part A is the staff recommends that the proposed rezoning to a PUD development be found not in conformance with the public, semi-public future land use designation in the Plan Des Moines Creating Our Tomorrow plan. Part B is that the staff recommends approval of the requested amendment to Plan Des Moines Creating Our Tomorrow to revise the future land use. But
I was going to say maybe if Tyler could put that up there.
Oh, okay,
they could be
sure.
Following along.
Jason, do you have a copy that we could?
Yes.
That's a good idea.
I mean, that way they can.
Good idea. All right, so this is the staff recommendation as is, which has been moved. Part C is that the staff recommend approval of the requested rezoning from R160, one family low density residential, to PUD planned unit development. Part D is that staff recommends approval of the proposed PUD conceptual plan for Hope Ministries Center for Women and Children, subject to the following revisions. Any revisions necessary as part of the administrative final Marli review to reflect final action, as Jack mentioned, by the City Council, and to meet non-substantive staff comments for formatting and final documentation. And 2, that the provision of an additional note to fencing requirements that any future fencing added or to replace existing shall only be black clad chain link fencing or black decorative iron type open fencing no greater than 6 feet in height, or 6 foot tall solid wood fencing or architectural panels when required for screening. So all those in favor of the staff recommendation, please signify by raising your hand. Okay, and then nays. And does anyone need to abstain? All right, again, I would like to thank two of the neighbors and others who came to speak on this item. As has been mentioned, we are an advisory panel and very privileged to listen to our citizens, but this final decision will be made by your city council. What was the date that this will come to the city council?
So everyone can hear, the set hearing roll call should be going to council on February 24th for the hearing on March 9th.
Okay, thank you. So February 24th, and set the hearing, and then March 9th for action. Thank you. So now we are ready for... Oh, okay, good idea. We'll take a brief recess so that people can exit. Oh. So he's right.
There is.
There should be no flag. Yeah. Better do it. He laughed.
are you here? Oh, okay. Who are you? Oh, wow. Good for you. Not since. I think Nielsen has brought in the thing south of ML King. You guys are trying to do something for beds? Yeah, nice. With Willis. Yeah. No, I'm still here after 17 years. See you later. I didn't see you back here.
All right, we're going to move on to our next agenda item. Somehow. Which is item number 7. This is a request from Meyer for appeal of site plan amendment Scrap Processors, Inc. that was denied administratively for property located at 608 and 650 Southeast 30th Street to allow waiver of the requirement for public sidewalk installation along Scott Avenue.
Chair, members of the commission, Jason Van Ness and city planning staff. Aerial identifying the subject property. And as noted by the chair, this is an appeal of an administrative denial. The first document I'm going to show you is the site plan that was initially approved. I think this drawing may be shows it best. See the site. To the north is detention basins that were constructed by the city, and then the applicant's driveway comes through the middle. This version did have the sidewalks on. And I'll let the applicant talk a little bit more about the history of their project and what they're trying to achieve or the purpose of the request. But they did submit an appeal to not do the sidewalk along the Scott Avenue frontage. They do not own the land up against the property. They have an easement through it. They are developing the driveway as part of their site plan. The land in the periphery, the city constructed stormwater detention basins that benefit the applicant and other properties in the area. And there's been kind of an ongoing discussion and development coordination with the applicant and OED and engineering. But we're here tonight because the council directive to require sidewalks throughout the community, so staff is not in position to make waiver of that. You're the avenue for waiver. I would note that it does, to overturn an administrative denial, it does take the affirmative vote of at least 8 commission members. So just keeping that in mind, regardless, if a motion to do so is made, that we will have at least 8 that would have to vote for it to be approved. So happy to answer any questions. Applicant's representatives here tonight can go
Jason,
into
who owns the land that the easement's through?
The city owns the land.
Okay.
It was acquired from the applicant as part of the redevelopment project, and then to the benefit of, like I said, the applicant and the surrounding area, these basins were constructed.
Any questions for Jason? All right, so the applicant, if you'd like to step forward.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Wally Pelds with Pelds Design Services. I've been working on this project for about 5 years, so it has had lots of legs and different things that have gone on. I can show you a colored representation that we have. So the area in the pink highlighted is an acquisition plat that was done by the city, because through our discovery for this plan and relocation of scrap processors, we ended up finding out that there's a 30-inch pipe that discharges onto our property with no place to go. It was a regional detention basin for 50 acres with no one servicing it. So through negotiations through the city in a long period of time, that is now a regional detention facility that the city owns. It's 75 feet in width. And as we went through the site plan process, we worked with Public Works. They said they're gonna mow it, take care of it, plow the sidewalk. So then we were asking, why are we being asked to put a sidewalk in on property we don't own? We additionally bought 50 feet to the south to displace that to solve a regional problem. Been working great with staff and Public Works and everyone else. At this point, my clients asked, when do I stop giving? So as you can see in the L shape over here, the blue is the sidewalk that we've proposed, which is in the entirety of 30th, which that northern part we don't own. Typically in a project, I wouldn't be asked to put a sidewalk in that location because I don't own it. It's owned by the city. It's 75 feet wide. This has been a very unique project. We've already planted the street trees to the north because it changed as we went through. So we're asking for a change. I know that staff has been directed, because we do a whole bunch of other site plans through the city, we comply 100%. I think this is a unique case that you won't find anywhere else, because we're being asked to pave a sidewalk next to a property that we don't own. That would be like if the neighbor of a park, you're saying, well, you got to pave that sidewalk on that street side on the other side. We don't think that's fair. My client doesn't think that's fair. The entrance to the north, which benefits everybody, that again is something that, working through staff through the site planning process, it's not something we want. We like to control our entrances, one in, one out, because everybody's got to go through the scales. That is an emergency overflow. through the site planning process. Again, I don't want to argue with staff, but as we were discussing this was the remedy that you are the body to solve our issue that arose. So if you'd have any questions for me, I'm trying to be brief. Ran out of breath mints already, had to borrow one from Jason, so.
That's too bad.
It's been a long meeting, so I was like, I'm out of breath mints. So anyway, if you'd have any questions for me, we would be pleased if you would entertain our request. We think it's a fair request. I can walk you through much more details of the project, but I don't think you want all 5 years worth. I think it's pretty simple. We don't own it. We're already extending it all the way to the corner for connectivity. We'd ask for the deferment, please.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on the behalf of the request? Seeing none, you would like to speak on behalf of his request?
I just got a comment to make.
About his request?
It pertains to the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you could.
Church.
Rick Clark, 2509 Northeast 46th Avenue. I am the property owner across Scott Avenue from this redevelopments that's taken place. And mysteriously, about 4 months ago, somebody showed up and put in about 600 feet of sidewalk through my property. Ever since I've been notified of this, I've had contact with several people with the city trying to get answers. Why did this sidewalk appear and why was I not notified? And as far as I've gotten, I've been waiting for phone calls. Still, I made phone calls today and still waiting for answers. The far as I got was there was never a permit issued for this project.
And you didn't pay for it?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen my tax assessment. It's like, did somebody make, here's my concern, did somebody make a mistake? They don't know north side from the south side of Scott Avenue? And did I inherit a sidewalk? But I got 600 feet of sidewalk and liability and maintenance that appeared on this property.
I wish you could give it to him.
Well, I just kind of, I thought I needed to speak for it on, I don't want someone to summon, well, it should have went over here, went over there. And I'm not against, they did a wonderful job over there, great project, and it looks really nice, but.
The fellow that just spoke found out quite by surprise that they did not own what they thought they owned. That's what I understood him saying. No, you own what you the pink part.
Well, can somebody help him with who?
I just wanted to make sure that you know that you do own what you own.
Right, I did. It's just ironic that they're supposed to have sidewalk or whatever.
And you
One
got
showed up on my property, and now I have this liability and maintenance issue and no permit was ever granted for it, from what I've been told.
What's the address of the subject property you're discussing? The property you...
408 Southeast Stadium.
And we're making him put in this bizarre. Who put the sidewalk? Who put the sidewalk?
Okay.
Oh, pretty fast, Trev.
Hopefully you'll get your answer.
I'm still waiting. I've been through 3 or 4 people, but the farthest I've gotten is no permit was ever granted for this project.
Okay.
Well, that may be all we have. I mean, I don't know. That's my name and number. You can call me tomorrow after that. We can talk to them about this.
Yeah.
You can talk about it.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on behalf of the applicant? All right. Is there anyone who has questions or concerns? Okay. Generally, we let you come back and respond to questions and concerns, but we have none. Somebody close the public hearing. And Commissioner, what's your pleasure? Should I read the staff recommendation? The staff recommends, of course, denial of the request to waive the required 5-foot wide sidewalk along Scott Avenue. They do have if we are inclined to grant the appeal, then the balance of the site plan should be in compliance with all administrative review requirements of the city's Permit and Development Center.
Okay, so I have a question for staff. Why are we requiring if they don't own the land? I mean, is that typical or is it very unique?
It was a site plan requirement on their site plan that they got approved. They sold the property. I don't know if they transferred the obligation of that sidewalk to the city when they did that. According to our engineering department, they did not. So they're still held to their site plan requirement, which was to put the sidewalk in.
Greg?
Oh, great, go ahead.
I'm for sidewalks everywhere, but I think this one doesn't make sense in this way, so I think we should grant the appeal. So that's my motion.
The only thing I would ask is just that you make that subject to standard administrative comments. We've had that come up before whenever you've overturned.
You said in that second paragraph.
Okay.
Right. So the motion is
Thank you.
to overrule, to grant the appeal with the provision that the balance of the site plan be in compliance with all administrative review requirements by the city's Permit and Development Center. All those in favor, please.
You have a question?
I just want to say we shouldn't probably feel too guilty for not having a sidewalk on Scott Street, given the phantom sidewalk that has appeared as if from Starship Enterprise. There are pedestrian ways in the neighborhood. Okay.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Nice comment. Yeah, Rocky.
No, I'm just waiting
All
about-
those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
Yes.
Okay, I don't believe we have any abstentions or no votes. Thank you. And thank you, sir, for being patient. At this time, we're ready for item number 8. This is a request from White Willow Events to rezone properties located at 6011 and 6015 Grand Avenue. So Jason, are you introducing this one for us?
Response cards and a letter being passed around that we received. This is a map that identifies the property area to be rezoned. The proposal really encompasses this parcel and this parcel as well. But this map just focuses in on where the actual rezonings would take place, because a part of this site is zone flood district. RX1 exists on the site in this area, and then we have it up there as well. Or that's the proposal. Or excuse me, I got myself turned around. The RX1 is going to MX1. I apologize for that. But anyway, so that's the areas to be rezoned. The weird line, I mean, we normally don't see zoning lines like that, but the reason of that is that the flood district boundaries are based off of FEMA information, best available information. And so, you know, the flood district is trying to keep development or minimize development in those areas. So just quickly, map of the property without the notice on, boundary on. There's a couple buildings. We have what was a nursery type business, and then a building that's had the hair salon and other uses in it. On the other part of the property, northern property looking from Grand Avenue towards the west. This is just moving down Grand Avenue. Looking, excuse me, northward on both of these from Grand Avenue. So the purpose of the rezoning is to do a small events venue. that RX1 actually allows that type of use, but it does not give you the opportunity to get a conditional use permit to have on-site sales of liquor, beer, and wine. And so their business plan also includes that. So that's the reason why the rezoning is needed to go to MX1. Both in MX1 and in RX1, a small assembly event center is a conditional use as well. It's just the difference, like I said, is they want to have on-site consumption, which also in and of itself is something that goes to the zoning board of adjustment. And that's a lot of words basically to say they have the opportunity with the zoning that's there today to go to the board, get a conditional use permit. They just wouldn't be able to have on-site consumption as part of their business plan. And so that's the point of the rezoning. This is a conceptual layout. This is updated from what you would have had in your packet. The applicant provided this to us this week. And just to kind of conceptualize a little better than what we had on where parking could take place. Parking is allowed as a conditional use in a flood district. So to do this development, to do parking in the flood district, that would require zoning board of adjustment review. And then of course, as I mentioned, the businesses that they're proposing would also as well. This is just a secondary accessory building, and I'll let them describe that in a little greater detail. They also submitted conceptually developed building elevations for you to look at just to get a general sense of the flavor. I want to emphasize that what we're looking at tonight is not a site plan. It's not building elevations. This is subject to the new zoning ordinance, chapter 135, all the building form and design regulations. We have not done any analysis as to whether or not this would comply, but I do want to share it with you since they provided it to us. As staff, we've looked at this. We've looked, at the comprehensive plan, looked at the general goals and what makes sense for the type of use. Small assembly is, or event space is, a smaller. It's not as large as some of the others that people have, from what we've heard from neighbors, such as Bel Air. This is a smaller facility. MX1 zoning, if you look at the description of that zoning district, it's the lowest, it's the first MX or the first mixed use district, the one. We get a little more tense, a little more auto-oriented as you get to MX2, MX3. It's intended to be in a neighborhood setting. We are recommending approval. We think it's an appropriate zoning district for this site. And I want to emphasize the conditional use process that even with this zoning, should the city council approve it and put it in place, they're still going to have to go to the zoning board of adjustment where we have specific criteria that you have to meet. And it's also the avenue where we can apply performance type standards like hours of operation, outdoor activity could be limited. We could look at that, different frequency of events. Those kinds of things are the things that the zoning board of adjustment looks at when we consider a conditional use request. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Jason?
I have a question. Where the parking is, where the little nursery used to be, didn't they park there?
And I'm sorry, what's that?
So where the nursery used to be, we're talking the floodplain.
Yeah, it's a flood district from zoning perspective, yeah.
Right, but isn't that where the former business parked as well?
Yes, yeah.
So do they have to have that? That has to go before the board? The zoning?
No, because it's existing. I mean, existing development can continue on, whether it's the restaurants and stuff to the west. As long as you continue to operate a business, it's a kind of a grandfathering or legal non-conforming.
Right.
Any other questions for Jason? All right, seeing none, is the applicant present?
You the applicant? You don't need to. We have your address information in the record.
Hello, everybody. My name is Taylor Bozen. I currently live in Beaverdale, so 4425 Aurora Avenue. A little bit of background about me. I actually grew up kind of in the Waterbury area. I went to Hubble Elementary, Merrill Middle School, and then Roosevelt. I started my company, White Willow Events, in 2013 and grew it from just a couple employees. Now I have a full staff of around 6 to 7, and we execute several events throughout the year. We're really kind of looking at making something unique in the Waterbury area. You know, we want to be able to do weddings, events, but also neighborhood outings too. And I've kind of expressed this a lot with, you know, some of the neighborhood apps that I've been on, is that we do want to do, you know, fun flower workshops, again, just kind of fun neighborhood outings for everybody. You know, I just think it's a great way to kind of grow the Des Moines, the Des Moines area. Sorry, I'm not usually a public speaker, so just roll with me. You know, a couple of issues that I wanted to talk about was, I think a lot of the neighbors had a couple questions about parking. So obviously looking at the site, we're gonna be in correspondence with what the city requires for parking, which is typically 6 per 6 seats, 1 parking stall. So right now we're considering a minimum of 45 stalls, but we are hoping that we can do much more than that, just based off of how much property we do have to work with on that area. We're going to touch base with the bank, which is next door, since they usually conclude their hours at 12 on Saturdays. We'll be able to use their parking lot, hopefully, for additional overflow. In addition to that, we have several shuttle companies that I've worked with in the past, like NPI Limo, Majestic, Transportation, and Luxor, that we can, again, have certain correspondence with to bus people in from nearby hotels. And of course, definitely making sure people use Uber, cab services, and, you know, Lyft services as well. So that's kind of the parking point that I wanted to touch base on. Another point that was brought to our attention was noise ordinance. So I want to make it very clear that we are not going to be a music venue. We do not want to be another Valor Ballroom. I've, you know, heard, you know, the different situations about Valor, but they do house thousands of people, and our maximum occupancy is going to be right around 250 people. We do want to be in correspondence with, you know, the city's noise ordinance. So we plan to wrap up events right around 11 o'clock. And on the weekends, and then during the weekdays, wrap up at around 10 o'clock. And again, I mean, being in this industry, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, there's typically not much going on. It's usually, you know, Thursday, maybe an evening event, but Friday and Saturdays would then extend until 11. But the biggest thing is, you know, taking consideration that there are families. I have a 2.5-year-old myself, so I know getting them down to sleep, you know, definitely kind of taking those items into consideration, but we are setting a lot of plans in place for that. So all of the windows and the walls around, we're going to be sound deadening. We have been talking with a couple of, or my architect has been talking with a couple of people from like the City View lofts. They've been using ceramic windows that have proven to be very successful to eliminate any of the freeway noise. So we've definitely been doing our due diligence and on that method to make sure that we're keeping up with eliminating the noise. Again, we don't just really want to tell people that we are not another Valor Ballroom. We are not a music venue. Less than 5% of weddings have live bands and events have live bands, so definitely not a music venue. In addition to, you know, noise ordinance, but also at the evening, we would also have 2 off-duty police officers working the event as well. So they, again, with like liquor consumption, making sure that we don't have anybody walking the neighborhood or anything like that, they would be hired on for each and every event. So I think I touched mostly about that. But kind of in conclusion, you know, we're all about being a good neighbor. I don't want to play hardball with neighbors. We did our due diligence in meeting with the Neighborhood Association back in September. We got a glowing review, which I think is in your packets, from the president of the board. I also signed up to be on the Nextdoor app and answered several questions that a lot of the neighbors had. I think it's well over, 74 comments currently, so definitely doing, you know, my due diligence and making sure that I'm touching base with them. The biggest thing is, the area is great. It's great exposure on Grand Avenue. We don't want to see another chain go in there. We don't want to see another, obviously McDonald's is 2 doors down. We want something that is going to have historic charm and be a great asset to the community. And having grown up in that area and having a lot of friends and their family members live in that space, really just making sure that we make it beautiful and historic and a place that everybody wants to walk down to or bike to. So, that's all.
Questions for Tape? Seeing none at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of the applicant's project? If you could come and step forward.
Todd Weinstein, 4711 University in Des Moines. This plan is just a little older than the new zoning code. So we've actually used this plan. I've worked with Diane Ladd at Simonson and Shane Devick at Civil Engineering Consultants for months on this. We've been working for months on this. And then because we couldn't get it, the sellers weren't helping us get the land bought favorably. So we ended up in the moratorium, which gave us more time to work this design through the zoning code. So we're between Simonson Architects and CEC, we're really familiar with the zoning code, the new zoning code, as best as we can get through it. And I'm just making a point to what Jason said. We've followed that zoning code as well as we can as both Simonson Architects and CEC can do. And I've met with Mike Ludwig, he helped me with this. We've worked on this for months. So there's been plenty of time for people to speak on this and help us kind of work this plan through.
Go ahead. So Todd, when we met, my main comments, just so the commission understands where staff was coming from on this project when we had those meetings, with the floodplain designation on the Herndon's Nursery former property, there's very limited amount of development that could ever happen on that property. So that Herndon's Nursery building was either going to become an obsolete nuisance property, essentially, because finding something to go in there was limiting. No new development could occur in the floodplain. So it was literally trying to find something to go in an existing building on that property. And so from our comp plan and zoning code perspective, we were hoping that we could, over time, through redevelopment, reduce development within the floodplain areas. And so we encouraged, when I met with Todd, we encouraged him to look at possibly getting the adjoining property for a building, and then being able to use this property where Herndon's was at for parking, and hopefully some stormwater detention on the property that could help alleviate some of the floodplain issues and fill issues in the area. So from staff perspective, they did exactly what we were trying to address, and came up with at least a plan from a pure zoning perspective and a floodplain perspective that met the concerns that we had expressed. So I did want to applaud you for the effort that was put into this. They were caught in the moratorium on the zoning, and hopefully there was a benefit. Maybe that came up with a better plan.
It did,
so,
right.
But thank you for your patience, and look forward to hearing comments and concerns about the project and answering, but that's where staff was coming from on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Oster, and I live at 6034 North Waterbury Road. I've lived in the Waterbury area for probably 35 years, close to that time, and lived through the Bel Air Ballroom. It's much quieter now, but I don't see the proposal on the table for these properties to be anything like that type of an event center. I've known Taylor for a long time. She was a very good friend of my daughter's in high school. She has been so diligent at putting together a wonderful business in the Des Moines community for a very young woman, and I applaud her for that. She wants to come into the neighborhood, take a property that is becoming an eyesore. It's been 4 or 5 years since anything has been in the Herndon site, and to be able to have that level, to use that area for parking, to have a very attractive building that would not be operating 24/7, but primarily on weekends in a limited number of hours. I think it would be wonderful for the community. I don't see any downside. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Once again, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of the applicant's request? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to oppose or has concerns about the request? Please step forward.
Yes, if you would, thank you.
Bunch of jerks over there.
Good evening. My name is Billy Kirby, and I have 2 young daughters who have their bedtime a couple hours ago. So I oppose the proposal to rezone the property here. The current RX1 designation's, to me, intended to preserve the existing character of the neighborhood and serve as a buffer zone between residential homes and mixed-use businesses. There are 22 single-family homes that are adjacent to this property on the streets of 60th, 61st, and Walnut Hill Drive. In the previous pictures, you could see some of our homes there. Those are the people that this kind of a project would directly affect, and we are here tonight, and no one approached any of us about this request. I think most of us learned about this through the letter from the city, but long after, obviously, lots of things have been rolling on this. Had anyone approached me, I would have shared concerns about an uptick in traffic, street parking. You know, everybody drives themselves to these kinds of things. Potential for noise disturbances, and a change in zoning designation here also results in sound level limits actually going up with no time restrictions, as I understand the noise ordinance. Of even greater concern is potential declining property value and or the inability to resell our home. And what happens if this business is sold to someone else who had nothing to do with any of these previous arrangements? How do we know what kind of a neighbor they're going to be? I think the neighborhood needs to wait for the right kind of business to fit the current designation. Please don't rezone this. Make it a park. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please step forward.
Yeah, if you want to speak first, then do it. That's fine too.
Good evening. My name is Gretchen Johnson, and I am a resident of the Waterbury neighborhood. I would like to present a few points of discussion here. Number one, some of these are obvious, and I'd like to review them. Number one, the Herndon property has been used primarily for the operation of a small retail neighborhood seed and nursery business. Number two, this proposal would convert the property into a much different use, including the following changes. A, instead of the seed and nursery shoppers arriving and leaving during business hours, the event center would involve guests coming and going from the premises at irregular hours, including evening and night hours. B, instead of a quiet use of the property, there would no doubt be the alcohol involved, along with noise, music, and traffic congestion generated by undetermined numbers of guests. It appears that a traffic parking study was not made with respect to the intended use of the premises. Overflow parking from the event center on the narrow residential streets, especially 60th Street, 61st Street, and Walnut Hill Drive, is not a solution where there is a lack of an adequate parking on the premises. Moreover, rental property tenants and homeowners will be compromised for parking spaces on these streets as well as those attending the events. Traffic congestion and safety hazards will become a serious concern for all in the neighborhood. And number 3, the contrasts referred to above are the result of the inevitable difference between a small retail business, which has existed for more than 50 years, versus the proposal of a venue offering the celebration events. And lastly, I feel that the proposed significant changes will have a very serious detrimental impact on the lives of the people living in our neighborhood and their property values. And I want to include my husband, Ed Johnson, in this statement. We live at 6018 Waterbury Circle. That's our own address. And we also have rental properties at 6021 and 6023 Walnut Hill Drive. These are at the location of the of the intersection of 63rd and Walnut Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to express concerns?
Thank you. I'm Gina Newell. I live at 535 Waterbury Circle. I'm not as prepared as I'd like to be because, again, we really have had no information. I have been traveling. Perhaps there was a letter in my mail. I thought I went through everything. So this whole thing is coming as a tremendous surprise to us. And as I sit and listen to the lovely young lady, and I really applaud her enthusiasm for her business, I'm just thinking of a couple of things. She said there would hold gatherings several times a year. Well, what does that mean? Or is that every weekend we're going to have the music and the traffic situation? Because that to me is a really big concern. No one's mentioned, but there's a Mexican restaurant right across the street. And they have a small parking lot. They're well attended by our neighborhood. The overflow parking goes to the bank parking lot that she referenced, so that's usually full, on weekends especially. The other overflow from that, then people park on this little street that runs between the Mexican restaurant and the old nursery. And there's usually people parked on both sides of that street because there's nowhere else to go. She said there would be possibly 45 spaces for possibly 250 people at these gatherings. There's nowhere for that many people to park. Plus, we ourselves have been in our home in the neighborhood for 30 years this year. And we've made a substantial investment in our home because it's a beautiful, quaint, quiet, lovely neighborhood. And we felt safe to do that, understanding that there would be a good return on our investment for taking care of our property. And this kind of venue, which feels to me like it should be downtown, where people that single families and they can walk to the event, it just doesn't feel right to me for ours is a community of families with children. Like I said, the parking lot situation just seems absurd to me. I just don't even know how they would manage that. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did you say it?
Good evening. I'm Howard Newell, live 535 Waterbury Circle. I just never been through this before, so actually a couple of questions. You had mentioned that there are things that can be imposed as far as hours of operations, noise levels, things like that. How does that happen? Is that you folks? Is it the council? And I'm asking.
Zoning Board of Adjustment through the conditional use process.
And how does one get in front of them to ensure that those things are imposed?
It's a public hearing just like this. The notice requirement's the same. So we would be notifying everybody within 250 feet, like we, and then they hold a public hearing in the same room. It's a different group of people.
Okay.
And then
And they determine what gets
Yes.
level of,
yeah,
okay.
what gets applied.
All right, and then based on what you'd shared with us that you were going to do to this facility, how much money are you investing in this?
She'll have a chance she'll have a chance to come back and.
Okay,
address it.
I'd like to know how much you're investing in this, because what you talked about, we've done remodeling. We know what it costs. And to hold limited number of events that you're talking about, I don't know if I'd be investing that kind of money to just have an event every now and then. So, usually business owners want to fill the thing up frequently. And so I'm just curious as to how much effort is going to be put into sound containment, because we're all gun shy in the neighborhood because of the Bel Air Ballroom. Love the facility, but the boom, 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 constantly, that's what everybody's really gun shy about as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Let's see how they feel about that. I know, it's kind of my favorite.
You can do that.
Okay. Hello, my name's Ramona Wright, and I will be living 2 doors north of the property. And so I have quite a bit of concern. I moved into my home 20 plus years ago, and I sat on my porch and I said, I gotta be the luckiest person to be living right next to a nursery. I love this store, and I hated to see it close. It was a good blend with the neighborhood, open only seasonally, limited hours, and the hustle and bustle that you would hear it almost got you excited for spring planting. So the noise wasn't excessive, and it existed in harmony with the neighborhood. I'm looking at the current proposal, and the trees and the buildings are part of that buffer that keeps that sound away from our neighborhoods. You don't hear the traffic as much when you got the trees. You got the building that absorbs it. So it's kind of keeps our neighborhood a little more quiet. I'm not sure what is proposed north of that parking lot, and I, based off the plans there, because there's still some left over of that floodplain property, but basically, it looks as though a lot of the protection that I had from sound and vision is gone. Also, with the entrance of the parking lot on the west is going to encourage people to travel through the neighborhoods to get to that location, either leaving and coming and going. And already there is a lot of congestion with the property, the restaurants and things like that, and the activity going on there. So that is my concern. Again, I know everybody's mentioned as far as the noise level, and the number of people that would be coming and going, and the traffic is what my concern is. Again, there's a lot of us neighbors that do like to interact. They have kids. We all have. I don't have kids, but we have pets. We have kids, and we try to use that area quite a bit, cycling, walking, and just congregating. So, I just wanted to voice my concern.
Thank you. Please step forward.
My name is Tom McBride. I live at 718 Polk Boulevard. I'm here representing the Waterbury Neighborhood Association. I'm not really wanting to speak in favor or against this project. This was brought to our meeting last fall as an association looking at the whole character of the neighborhood. We had some concerns as to what ultimately is going to happen to this property because it's been empty for 3, 4, 5 years now. And it's my understanding, and please clarify this, that one of the issues that we have with this property is that the current owners happens to be a 8-member family trust that can't decide what they want to do with this property, whether they're going to buy it or sell it or whatever they're going to do. So it's been a very difficult process for you to try and even get them to come to the table to sell the property. Am I correct on that? Okay. And then also, it's also been brought to my attention that due to the new zoning regulations that have gone into effect for the city of Des Moines, there's 2 specific issues with this property. One, there's a major storm sewer that goes through the property that limits the type of development that can actually be done on the property. Am I correct?
Yeah, anywhere in an easement area, they're not going to be able to build, so that's going to restrict. Yeah. In general terms, yes.
All right, so how is that going to affect this piece of property?
Let me see if I have a drawing where that's at. Todd might actually know better specifically. I'll go ahead and keep speaking. I'll see if we have a drawing.
And then I also understand that if there were any other future development on this property, that the level of the property would have to be raised by 2 or 3 feet.
You do your rebuttal, just okay. When he comes up to do the rebuttal, he's going to point out where the sewer line is on the map, and then family members. Chapter 50, which is separate from the zoning ordinance, is the floodplain development regulations, and a part of that process, you often do have to raise the property. I couldn't tell you today how that will or won't impact what they want to do. I just don't know.
The issue is the uses allowed in the floodplain, in that flood district, would not allow anything but basically open space or a recreational field on that property. So the existing Herndon's building could be reused for a use, but it couldn't be expanded and it couldn't be altered beyond a certain percentage. So long term, the use of that building is very, very limited. And if it's removed, a parking lot can be in the flood district. They have to have stormwater management on the property, so there's an opportunity to provide that on the Herndon's property. The only reason that they're really in front of the commission tonight for the rezoning is because the event center in RX1, an event center, a small event center is allowed. It could sell beer at their receptions. They cannot sell liquor in the RX1. So they're asking for MX1 zoning to allow the additional ability to sell liquor at a reception in the building. That approval for either beer or beer and liquor has to go through a conditional use review with the Board of Adjustment, and they would limit sales and whatever based on hours of operation and other things. So the only reason, literally the uses between the 2 districts are almost identical between RX1 and MX1, except for that ability to have, the additional ability to have liquor sales with a event center.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking all this is that, I don't want to dismiss the concerns of the neighbors as far as noise, and that's the last thing we want to have in the neighborhood. But on the other hand, we've got a property that's now becoming an eyesore that, you know, it would be nice if someone wanted to come in and open another nursery, but that's not realistically going to happen given the dynamics of the people that own the property in the first place. So we want to come up with the, you know, the best solution that's going to, you know, maintain the neighborhood. And also, if things have to go to the Board of Adjustments, we make sure that there's some rules in place that, you know, this place is operated appropriately.
So again, as I was saying, even in the existing zoning, an event center can go on this property. It's really the lone difference here is whether or not that event center can sell liquor as part of their sales or just beer. So from a noise perspective and all of that, the use isn't really any different other than that sales.
So you can't really, at this point, if they wanted to put the event center in, they could go ahead and do it. It's just that, you know, whether they would be able to sell liquor or
They would
just
not
beer.
be able to sell liquor, but they could sell beer.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
I'm Tony Colasino, 801 Grand Avenue, Suite 3700 in Des Moines. I'm representing Sarah and Eric Flores, who live at 6015 Walnut Hill Drive, just to the north of this site. And additionally, I'm assisting with Ed and Gretchen Johnson and their concerns about this. And, you know, obviously you say, well, the only thing they can't do is sell liquor, which, you know, that's the big question, because if you can't sell liquor at the event center, you're not going to have as popular and as many events and have as much. What we're concerned about is people coming out of here at night with their liquor and parking on the residential streets and creating a problem. Now, I don't want to go over everything that's been said here before, but, you know, Ms. Bozen has made some promises with respect to hours and, you know, parking and things such as that. And I'm hearing you say here tonight that you can't give us anything here that would give us something to hold on to with respect to hours of operation or days of operation or parking requirements. That's all up to the Zoning Board of Adjustment?
The parking regulations are listed in the code
Okay.
already for the use. And so we would just recommend that it meet the parking regulations. As far as hours of operation, I don't know under the noise permit whether there's a difference between the MX1 and the RX1. From that perspective, you could limit the noise limits to RX1 as a zoning condition, as the commission.
Can you limit the hours of operation? Can you
Basically,
say it's got to close up by 10 o'clock,
Theoretically-
11 o'clock on
theoretically,
weekends?
they could if the commission wanted to recommend that.
You talking about this commission or the Zoning Board of
Zoning
Adjustment?
commission can recommend that as a zoning condition if they want.
Okay, we certainly would request that at a minimum. I mean, that's speaking for my people. We've got some other people here yet to speak. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I don't want to, you know, it's getting late. I don't want to go on forever and belabor everything else. Some of our people just got wind of this just the last few days, recently, and they spoke with the neighborhood association, the president of the association, who lives over, you know, well east of this property. And she didn't think anybody who had a problem with it. Well, virtually every neighbor who lives in this neighborhood has a problem with it. So when it is said that the neighborhood association has no problems with it, well, you know, and Tom can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not entirely correct. And we intend to go back through the neighborhood association and find out, you know, how they took that position without talking to any of the people in the neighborhood. In any event, if, Mike, if you can put some of these conditions on this, like the hours, and that would, if they're the number, now, Taylor said there weren't going to be that many, uses a year. Well, I'm sure that's not right. But, if there are some limitations as to the number of days, that will help. But basically, we don't want the rezoning at all if it's going to allow liquor in there, because that's going to be a problem for the neighbors.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, that'd be fantastic. How do you put something? You just lay it on top of that right there.
Where, right? Oh, okay, perfect, thank you. Okay. I have just a first clarifying question. My name's Anthony Carroll. The timing of these cards, are they due tonight?
No.
They aren't? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Anthony Carroll. I'm going to start my timer. I live at 525 60th Street. Right about there, the house that I'm on. I've been working on since we moved on to look better, but hey, it's always a work in progress. I come to you tonight as someone who just found out about this a couple weeks ago through my wife. And my first reaction was, wow, this is great. Something's going to be done with this. Like, did you read what's going to be done with it, as my wife said. And it's amazing. My card's not filled out. I came here with an open mind. I'll say more open-minded than my wife is. She knew I was going to say that about this idea. We moved to the neighborhood in 2016. And it's amazing. I work in my day job really trying to push for change and overcome resistance to change. So I want to thank you for listening. I want to thank the applicant for submitting this request and having a vision and standing up before people who she probably knew were not going to be very happy about this situation. That takes guts, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the thankless job you have listening to, NIMBY, not in my neighborhood, over and over. And I was happy to be here and humbled to listen to the discussion of the homeless project. So we're dealing with a very different bird in this situation. And I think what's frustrating is I came to this open mind, but it's late, and I know in my day job that once things get late, the best decisions are not made later at night. I'm tired. I started my day trying to push to get prescription drugs bill passed, try to get an elder abuse on the federal level, trying to get an elder abuse bill passed at the state level. It's very hard to roll the boulder uphill, and it takes time and commitment. I think the problem comes when you don't have transparency, and that is what's causing me to circle this right now. I asked respectfully the applicant. I didn't know who the applicant was. I was the second person to come to say, can we table this till next time? Can we table this so there's a little bit more opportunity to have a little bit discussion of it in the neighborhood? And I was told first I'm not the applicant by a gentleman there, and then I was told, well, no, the time to that would have been 2 hours ago. I'm still trying to get my head around it, so I'll just cut to the chase of my concerns and why I'll be circling opposed and hopefully not investing all my time and emotional energy in trying to stop this. I'll start by saying what I struggle with is my own experiences. In 2007, I was married to my wife. We had a lovely affair. It was a raucous affair in Iowa City at the Isaac Walton League. It too was a place where we had our own booze, but it was a very much out of the way place. Celebrations are meant to be fun. They're meant to be joyous occasions. I respect the joy that comes with those occasions. I understand that. You're asking to put the joy of this in a residential neighborhood, right adjacent to our neighborhood. And again, the question before you is to rezone to allow for liquor and booze. And I understand that is something that is really the threshold question, but that's the everything question. This was a stake. I took a picture of this stake this morning. When you're asking to rezone, not Grand, you're asking to rezone 60th Street, you're asking to rezone 61st Street and Walnut Hill. That is a rezoning. Because again, weddings are meant to be fun. They're meant to be a place where booze is consumed, and that is the tension. I trust the vision of this person. Another experience in law school, I lived 2 blocks from Kinnick Stadium. I chose to move into that raucous place, and I learned my favorite part of the day was 7 p.m. is when people left our house. Left our places, not just our friends, families, it's the people you can't control. That is the other thing you learn. It's the people who can't control it are a problem. It is inevitability. It is the design inevitability of this situation to have fun and joy. And there's a natural tension between the intentions of the applicant and the reality of making a profit. I want this business to succeed. But putting something in there because we don't know what to do about it right now, and because, the sellers are kind of a pain in the rear, that's not enough reason to put something else in. I moved in there, as I said, in 2016. I knew about Valair, but I moved there with that intention. I didn't move to a place where there's literally going to be a reception right in my backyard. And so that's why I'll close succinctly by saying my wife was much more efficient with the word. It is a good location for something, just not for this. And I'll say, if you move this forward, the fights only get worse. I can tell you, if they get what they want, it is only going to get worse. I don't think there's anyone in the actual neighborhood who will embrace this. And that is the problem. So I ask, maybe there's an alternative vision from the applicant to do something different. Use those creativity, use a vision to come up with a different plan. I understand that's not your decision. Your decision is whether to rezone it. I asked you to reject, or what I asked the applicant to do, table it at least for another month. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the applicant's energy and passion.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Do you mind? Thank you. You can't get it on there. Feel free to do it on the side.
You don't. Yeah. Well, you didn't need that. No.
You know, if you want to just do it aside, or if you just. Yeah, go ahead and speak.
Thank you, everyone. Trying to organize my thoughts efficiently. My name is David Barajas. I live at 6101 Walnut Hill Drive. Let's see how this thing works. I live, essentially, if you went down the street, you'd go up into my driveway about here. So I'm about 3 houses down. We moved in shortly before the nursery went out of business. They helped us get some of our plants when we first moved in. Great asset to the neighborhood. And I understand it's been empty for some time and really not being purposefully used at this point in time. So I understand the reason for trying to bring something else in. My wife and I do have concerns with the proposed project, simply because it is a wedding venue. I know there's going to be events hosted other than weddings. I know Ms. Bozen had said less than 5% of weddings have live music, and that might be true. I mean, I don't know. But we're not just concerned with live music. We're concerned with like a DJ, not a live band, but a DJ that also produces significant amounts of noise. It is a nice, quiet neighborhood. That's why we moved to the neighborhood. And frankly, once we found this out, my wife has already scheduled house tours somewhere else, because if this is coming in, we don't want to be there. There's already a lot of on-street parking, and all these roads are parking on one side only. And there is the bank here that is a great asset to the community. They work with the Mexican restaurant, Viva, and they've encouraged people to park there instead of the street during business hours. They host community events, which is fantastic. But I think it's a little optimistic to say that we might be able to use that parking, because I see it right out my front window. That's always occupied on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and sometimes on Sundays. If I read the proposal correctly, we're looking at parking spaces of about 79 parking spaces, and with a 60% deviation from that because of the rezoning. So they would have to only put in, or there would be an additional 32 cars that are not going to be parking, in this area. I just happen to know that there's absolutely no way you're getting 32 cars in here, because this is always filled up with Viva parking when it's not there. Walnut Hill Drive, parking on one side only. When you come into a little bit further down, this enters the trailhead. And there's usually several cars parked there, people unloading their bikes and hitting the trails, which is awesome. So one of the reasons we moved to the neighborhood. There's not room for 32 additional cars. And I think it's hopeful and ambitious to ask people to Uber to where you're going to go, or to get there somewhere else or carpool. But frankly, that's going to be out of the control of the business owner. When you open a venue, you don't get to dictate how people arrive there. And I just know that there's not going to be room for 32 additional cars anywhere in the neighborhood. It's going to be parked up and down the street. That's one of our concerns. Another concern is the rezoning. And I just read about this, so I might be getting this wrong, but it's my understanding that even though an event center could be put in here as is, it does change the times and hours and when, how loud certain things can be. I don't know if you guys can see this. Would you zoom in? Yeah, thank you. So right now, we're at R180, is my understanding, which would allow us to have 60 decibels from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 50 decibels from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. It's a neighborhood, that makes sense. If we're to move forward with this proposal, the mixed use, it raises to 65 decibels at all times. And I take Ms. Bozen at her word that she's going to try and get these events wrapped up. But, you know, when my wife and I were planning our venue, we were not going to be looking at a place that's going to close at 10 o'clock. We wanted to have a fun time. We were not looking for that. So I think that that's maybe a little unrealistic when you're looking at booking a wedding venue. Furthermore, MX1, from my reading of this, and again, I could be wrong, is meant to be kind of, RX1 is a buffer from mixed use to neighborhoods. And when I studied the map, MX1 appears to be more retail, kind of like where 42nd, the shops at Roosevelt, that's MX1. And then as you travel a little further north there's another MX1. It seems to be a corridor of these businesses. There's no MX1 anywhere near any of where this proposal is, and it would just be an island unto itself, which, just looking at it, appears not to be the designated use for it. And I know that the proposal said a traffic study was not necessary. My question is, can it be requested or ordered? Because I don't think that the traffic and the parking is feasible as it's planned. Is that something that can be ordered if it's not required?
It's not required. City council policy has been adopted. I suppose there could be a zoning condition. I don't know. The city council has adopted a policy that says this is the types of uses, intensities that trigger it, and that's what the engineering department's enforcing.
So could we request a parking study or a traffic study to this body?
You could ask them to make that part of their motion.
Well, then I would ask that this body request a traffic study before we move forward on a vote. I don't know if I can make motions or anything, but I feel just based upon my experience with the neighborhood and the amount of cars that are going to be there, that would be useful.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Do you mind saying? Yeah.
All right, then at this time, Ms. Bozen, you or your representatives can do a rebuttal to these issues.
Is it one or the other? Both have the same, you have the collective amount of time together.
We just got the pre-app minutes today, so I need to look, but I'm pretty sure traffic study is required in the pre-app minutes. Can I have a minute for that, or do you want to?
It's not required.
The traffic study?
It is not required.
It's not in this one.
You wouldn't have this submitted already if it was required.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, so, again, in this, what we have here is the 1 per 6 seat requirement, which is only 45 stalls. That's only half of the use of the parking lot. So there is a sanitary sewer that runs right through here, both making this 30-foot zone unbuildable, as well as we have to raise this property 2 feet above the floodplain now with the new zoning code. So there's going to be more parking here than we need, and stormwater retention for the neighborhood. We're not changing the zoning on 60th or Walnut Hill. That's all flood zone. And we will more than fully encompass the parking that we need. Our problem is going to be, with this approach here, is the Viva parking into our space. We're not going to need 60th. We're not going to need the bank. We're going to need Viva to not use our space. That's our bigger concern. So as far as the parking goes, we don't need to worry about street parking. Chapter 42 takes care of the noise levels. We did 2 presentations to the Waveland Neighborhood Association. we're adjacent to Viva, who sells liquor, closes at 11. McDonald's closes at 1 a.m., and we're going to be well out of there before that. We are trying to keep the approach on Grand so that we don't have traffic on 60th. And as you see, we don't have any access to 61st. So I'm sorry, we don't have anything planned for 60th, and we don't need 61st. And I'm inclined to get rid of that approach just so Viva doesn't use it. But we are keeping this approach to keep traffic off of 61st. As far as the funding, the event space is funded. So they've got a business plan that they're going to prove out. We've actually had it at 2 different banks. We've already talked about the 5% are only bans. Trees. These trees all stayed. In fact, we're putting a neighborhood sidewalk. We have to do a pedestrian easement on our property to save all those trees. So that sidewalk is actually going to be on our property all the way down 61st to keep all those trees in line, in place. I met with Rob Silvers out there a couple times now, and so there's now going to be a sidewalk on 61st, an easement that we have to provide to the city, a public or a pedestrian easement.
Todd, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where is the front entrance of the event center? Is that sitting on Grand, facing Grand?
So it looks like it faces Grand. We will have a sidewalk to there, but there's also an entrance at both ends and back here. And we feel that most of the traffic's going to come in the door that's right back here. This front entrance is just kind of for appearance. I don't think it's just going to walk that far to the front door. So when we met with the neighborhood September 9th, we had a unanimous decision. There were a dozen people there that unanimously approved this plan. So this has been going on for months. We've been through pre-app meetings. This has been very transparent. We've been out there and been through this and been through this and been through this. So the transparency and parking are not issues. As far as, but again, I want to remind everybody, we're not changing the zoning on 60th or Walnut Hill, and we're not changing the trees, and we have to provide more buffer. The city, the new zoning code, is going to make us require a 5-foot buffer all the way around of landscaping and more trees. So all this thing is going to do is get more dense, have parking and stormwater retention to help all the neighbors. And it should encompass all of its own parking at this point, depending on how we come into the stormwater retention. But we only need 45 stalls by the code. We're going to end up at least close to 60, depending on how much water retention we want to do for the city. Anything else?
Is there any other questions?
I guess I have one question. I think there's disagreement about the transparency, that we heard a lot of, and I think that is I think that's the main issue. If people had more information, and again, I know that, it takes more than just a letter so maybe when you think it's transparent and they don't, can you maybe explain what you did or how communication is what I think is an issue.
We did everything we were supposed to do. We met with the city. We followed the city's rules all the way through, which their communication goes out to the neighbors. We met with the neighborhood association. We've done our due diligence on our part to make sure that everybody's aware of this project. We've been out there working on it. Obviously, something was going on with the lot. We set all new pins. We've had civil engineers out there for months. We can't say we're hiding this.
Another thing too, we're trying to be as transparent as possible. We're not trying to hide anything. I'm so open to any considerations that the neighbors have, and I know hearing an event center with what's gone on with the valet is a scary situation, but I just want to rest assured that we want it to be a fun space for the neighborhoods. Again, my husband and I have a small child, and I mean, I think this would be a great space to come and, you know, hang out for neighborhood outings. You know, a couple of things I did want to touch base on was, I know Billy Kirby mentioned something about the inability to resell. I very much disagree with that. I think that this would be, as it is right now, the property that's decaying on a amazing frontage road like Grand Avenue. I think that's what's giving you an ability to potentially resell a space like this for you know, young families and things like that. I think that's going to be something that's going to benefit. You know, a couple things too you mentioned is making it a park. Parks don't pay taxes. You know, extra revenue stream would be coming from us. I know somebody asked about how much we're spending for the project in all, and I mean, it's a considerable amount. I'm not going to disclose that information, but it is a lot in order to put into effect the sound-bearing walls, the windows that are going to be ceramic. I mean, those things aren't cheap. So we're definitely taking consideration the neighbors, the noise problem. And again, I can't reiterate that enough, that we're doing things. We're not taking any shortcuts. We're doing what we need to in order to make sure that the neighbors are happy and that they don't hear, you know, what's happening. You know, another thing that was mentioned is I think somebody mentioned that I was going to be doing several events. I mean, we do plan to be booked. I mean, we have to make sure that we're having a steady revenue stream for our investors. You know, peak season is typically between, you know, May and October. Anything past that, it really kind of dies down. I mean, obviously it's wintertime. You know, not a lot of people do weddings or like a lot of other events. But again, during the week, if we have the opportunity to book something on a Thursday, absolutely we're going to do that. But we're going to take into consideration the noise ordinances that we have to abide by. Just a couple other points, and again, I know it's getting late, so everybody probably wants to wrap up. I think Todd touched base on the parking spaces, and again, we're doing everything possible, but we are going by what the city wants us to in terms of the number of parking spots, but we're going to do considerably more as well. And then, let me see if I had any other notes. I think that was about it. I guess one other thing about being transparent too is on the neighborhood app with Waterbury, I did provide my contact information. I answered every single question. Amanda Carroll, I was responding back to her continuously, making sure that she understood our vision. So I think I was very transparent in what we needed to do. I didn't know if we needed to do much more than the 2 neighborhood meetings that we did. But again, I'm an open book, so if anybody has any questions, my contact information is on the Nextdoor app.
Jackie.
Commission?
Jackie.
Oh, great, go ahead.
I have a question about your hours. Are you restricting them to anything, or what would your hours be?
So I mean, it's definitely going to be on a per event basis. We are going to do our offices out of the space, but again, it's not going to be. We're not going to be open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for events. It's going to be like continuously. It's not going to be like an 8 to 10 every single night. We see the peak events being, you know, maybe Wednesdays during the summer for neighborhoods or for the neighbors. Thursdays, maybe once in a while. Fridays and Saturdays, I think definitely booked. Primarily Saturdays, but Fridays, you know, it just kind of depends on the time of year.
And hours?
And then hours, so typically starting right around 9 a.m. For like the setup crews to come in, and then going until 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and then during the weekdays, again, 9 a.m. until 10 p.m. again if there's an event.
The Mexicans open until 10 p.m. every night.
No, 10:30 on weekends.
Yeah, we looked it up. That's right next door, correct?
Yes, it's right next door.
Any other questions?
You said that I don't know if you said it or if I read it, it's late. So what would be the occupancy of the building? Like how many people would be attending an event, like a max number?
We're estimating right around 250 guests.
Okay, so, and we're looking at about 45 to 50 parking spaces.
It should be well more than that. The code is requiring 45, but I think we can do onwards of 70.
Yeah.
think it's a max of 94.
Yeah, it's a max of 94 on the code, but.
Right,
It's 1 per 6 seats.
right.
I mean, we're only at whatever CEC came up with, but regardless, this area of the parking covers this building, number of seats. And we have all of this yet that we can work with that we're going to put more parking in, but we want to get the retention figured out with the city before we decide, or before we can figure out how many more spaces we're going to get. The key to this is the stormwater retention is going to be a big part of helping all of these neighbors. So we want to get that figured out, and then we can wrap up the rest of the parking. But right now, this part handles the building. That was our whole point today, is this handles the building. We have all of this work with yet to add more parking and stormwater retention because this is all flood zone now. This is not a buildable lot at all.
No, I understand all of that. I guess my concern is that if you have 250 people in an event, 50 parking spaces, you're looking at 4 people a car to really, otherwise you're going to have overflow parking. And the Mexican restaurant does routinely have overflow parking, so obviously their parking isn't enough. I don't know.
We're going to exceed the code. We
Yeah.
will exceed the zoning code. We're already meeting it. So we're going to exceed it by the time we get that stormwater retention figured out and get the rest of the parking placed in there.
I mean, this isn't a site plan review, so it's, not required at this point.
All right, any other questions, Commission? Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing.
I don't know if I can readdress, but there was a question about the transparency I would like to respond to it for like 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. It's my understanding that there was a meeting in the fall of September with the Neighborhood Association, but my understanding of Chapter 134, Sub 6, 6.1.6 Sub C requires 3 days ahead of this meeting for a letter to be provided about specifically outlining what was done in this meeting, efforts.
At the neighborhood meeting?
I'm sorry?
3 days in advance notice for the neighborhood
Of the
meeting?
public meeting. So, and like I said, I don't do this, so I'm not sure, but I
this
just,
meeting?
that's my understanding of her under Chapter 134, 6.1.6 Sub C. And
Excuse me. So do we still print notices on our website? He's asking about notice for this meeting.
I'm trying to look at that.
well, I'm sorry, ma'am, it's not notice for this meeting. That was unclear. It's actually because they were supposed to include a letter notifying of efforts to contact the neighbors about the proposals, who was involved in those discussions, suggestions and concerns raised by the neighbors, and what specific changes, if any, were considered or made by the results of the neighborhood meeting. And I understand there was a neighborhood meeting, but there was no notice provided to any of my neighbors, and we're a very close-knit community. Everybody was taken by surprise on this, and I know there was a meeting held, and I have no reason to disbelieve that. I'm sorry, ma'am?
You said you did.
Point of clarification here. So
That would make everyone feel
we have a neighborhood association.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go to.
And so these folks came to we have a monthly board meeting. So these folks came to our board meeting and said, this is the project we're looking at doing. They wanted, some indication of interest, approval. We all thought it sounded great. And to be honest with you, in retrospect, we should have said, you know what you really need to do? You need to go and contact all the neighbors about this. As a board, we thought it was a great idea. So we wrote a letter and said, hey, take this, because we weren't aware of the whole process that they had to jump through. So, first of all, as a longstanding member of the neighborhood association, and being on the board, I want to offer an apology in terms of, we were just acting in what we thought was a good idea. Okay.
And I appreciate that, and thank you.
Okay. Now, we did have an annual meeting, which all of you all should have been aware of 2 weeks ago.
There. But don't participate in your neighborhood association. Back pissed off.
We're getting off the subject. Excuse me. Yeah, excuse me.
You don't get a say in the meeting.
Sir, this is not germane to the topic. I understand that there are issues with this neighborhood meeting. And so what the commission needs to decide tonight is the staff recommendation, which can be voted up or down. But I do think that perhaps a discussion about the neighborhood meeting might be a good offline discussion.
Understand, thank you so much. It's just my understanding that that letter needed to be provided before today. And if it did, then I would ask that this be tabled until we can be provided a copy of that letter to review it, because for the issues stated before. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll be very quick on the, because I know it's a crossfire on this, but I think that's, Anthony, I just want to clarify on specificity the request to table. Because I don't know who showed up at the neighborhood meeting, but that would be a specific thing, an opportunity for the neighborhoods to sort it out before you make that decision. So that's why, and I guess especially because the person from the neighborhood association started his say, but I'm either for or against it. I'm here as a citizen. I'm on the record expressing my concerns. So I don't know what the clarification, for and against is not a position. I work in a job where I have to take a position. So I would like to know what the position of the neighborhood association, and I'm sorry you're caught in this crossfire. That's why I'd asked to table it. So thank you.
Okay. So I have closed the public hearing. I'm asking the commission, what is your pleasure?
I'll move.
Oh, yeah.
Are you abstaining, Jack? Excuse me.
You're abstaining. I do feel like there should be more communication. And so I would be in favor of tabling this. Even though I know we've heard a lot of it, I just think it's fair. It would be more fair to allow more time for communication is where I stand on this. And that became very clear as people were talking.
Jackie. Let me ask legal something. My understanding of tabling an issue is that it still remains open until until you as a city put it back on the agenda. But if we...
Do you need me to come up?
Yes, please. And could you give us an opinion on what tabling means?
She means continuance.
Yeah, that's what I think she means.
Continue, yeah.
The option that the commission has would be to continue to a set date.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I mean. And I would move that, but I'd be open to other discussion from other
so
members.
your motion is to...
Right.
I have a personal opinion. They've sat through many public hearings tonight, and this one, we've heard it. I'm not going to be any more informed no matter what they decide. And I just as soon talk about it and get it done at 11:16 tonight.
So then we should vote on Jen's motion. And that motion is to continue this item until our next meeting, which is February
20th.
20th, thank you. So all those in favor of that motion, please signify by raising your hand. There you go. Got it? Okay, so all those opposed, and we have one abstention. What's the, I can't see, what is it?
So it died.
So it died.
So is, the vote was 5-5-1? Correct? Okay, so then the motion does not pass. Does anyone want to make another motion?
I make a motion to move staff. I think it's a fantastic idea. To me, the applicant has given as much information that was required. And I'm looking at this thinking this is on Grand Avenue. It's facing outward. It's not facing in at the neighborhood. I live downtown and I live by Woolley, so I can really appreciate the concerns, but this is not a concert venue. You know, it's a wedding venue or reception or baby shower. I just think it's a fantastic idea.
So you're moving staff?
Staff.
And The staff recommendation, I'll go through really quickly, is determined.
Is the staff recommendation the first one, or is it the second one that says that they're giving them 1 year's time to go before the zoning board of adjustment?
That's just additional information that was lumped in the staff recommendation.
Yes.
All we were saying is that should it not be approved by the council, that they'd have the opportunity to get a use variance from the board. That's not a part of their staff rec, it's just a clarification. So the staff rec is just to approve the rezoning as proposed. Yes.
Okay, so I'll read it. Staff recommends the commission find the proposed rezoning not in conformance with Des Moines plan, future land use designation of park and open space, development control and low-density residential and portions of the subject property. Part B, staff recommends approval of the request to amend the future land use designation to community mixed use for portions of the property not within the 100 floodplain designation on the federal insurance rate maps issued by FEMA. And Part C, staff recommends approval of the requested rezoning to MX1 mixed-use district for portions of the property not zoned flood district. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by raising your hand. Wow. So it looks like that fails. All those opposed, I'm sorry. All right, so what was the vote on that?
Failed 4-7.
What is
Okay, so this motion fails.
Weird both times.
So then, are you suggesting that we move to what you recommended?
So what we've advised in the past, and will again tonight, is that if you, both of the motions failed, if you wish to deny the rezoning, we need that as an affirmative act. So we do need a motion that passes, whatever that may be.
Gotcha. So I'll ask the people who voted against it, if any of you would like to propose the motion to deny the rezoning.
Yes, I would move to request the rezoning to be denied. The applicant would have up to 1 year following that denial to seek a use variance from the Zoning Board of Adjustment to allow the specific proposed uses of the property. And I move that because that would give the chance of the neighborhood to have one more opportunity to discuss with the applicant what's good and maybe what's not so good for the site.
Okay. All those in favor of that motion, which is to deny the request for the rezoning, and then well, we don't have to read the rest of it, right? Because that's just the recommended. To deny the rezoning is all we have to. All those in favor of the motion to deny, please signify by raising your hand.
Second half.
Let's see. Is it going to be 551? Okay, so
Hold your hands up.
all those in favor of the motion to deny, please raise your hand.
Is this, are we?
Well, are you talking about what Will talked?
We're asking you to show your hands again how you voted on it. 5 in favor were Chunga, Spizzato, Page, Wallace, and Creed.
Crap, it's
Thank you.
So that's 5-5, correct?
I'll
Yes.
go back to the continuance and vote in favor of that. I'll continue it now. So, because
Okay.
what else we're gonna
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So we have the people that voted 5 to deny. Those opposed to the motion to deny, please raise your hand.
Tell me again, I'm sorry.
Now we're voting.
You don't need,
Those who are
you're good,
opposed
you're
to
good.
Your motion.
On my motion?
Yeah.
No.
No.
You don't,
It's not opposed.
we're tired. It's 11:30.
Okay, so it's 5-5.
Okay, I have a motion. I move to continue this to February 20th meeting.
All those in favor of
This
this?
has already been, we've already tried this.
Right.
Okay.
So you're hoping to move it
I'm,
along now?
yes.
Okay.
Is this to continue?
Okay, so
Yes.
all those in favor of continuing? Okay, so now we are continuing this item to February 20th.
Yeah.
Good luck, Dan. Okay.
Meeting is that? I won't be there.
Well, we had to get somewhere,
Good
right?
luck, one of these two. All right, wait a minute. We still have some other items. Thank you, everyone, for being patient. At this time, we have Will. You gave the nominating committee report. All you have to say now is you move approval of the nominating report
I move the nominating committee report for the
for
election.
the officers for 2020. Does anyone need to hear the officers again? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of moving the slate of officers for 2020, please raise your hand.
What are we doing?
This is slate of officers for 2020.
Officers.
Can I vote? Should I vote?
Yeah, we can vote. You can vote for yourself.
Are you opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay.
Just in general.
Okay. Mike, did you have anything? Okay.
You know, you had to have a really long meeting.
Hours to go out, yeah.
That was fun, guys.
Very fun.